watching their videos? Should I start the videos over or should I start from number? I have a yes. Okay, perfect. So we're going to watch all the videos and then we attempt the quizzes, all of them. Yes. We have to finish today. Are we all agreeing with finishing today? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Store and retrieve different types of computers are now used everywhere around us. You'll find them at work, in stores, in hospitals, and at home. A computer is an electronic machine that can process, store, and retrieve different types of data and information. You can use the computer to perform many tasks such as writing documents, playing games, sending emails, learning new skills, browsing the web, and watching movies. All computers consist of two main parts. Computers are now used.
So we're going to watch all the videos and then we attempt the quizzes, all of them.
Hardware includes all of the physical parts that make up a computer, such as the monitor and the central processing unit that keeps data moving. Computers are now used everywhere around us. You will find them at work, in stores, in hospitals, and at home. A computer is an electronic machine that can process, store, and retrieve different types of data and information. You can use the computer to perform many tasks, such as writing documents, playing games, sending emails, learning new skills, browsing the web, and watching movies. All computers consist of two main parts, hardware and software. Software refers to the intangible parts of a computer, the parts that can't be touched. This includes the instructions that control how the hardware functions, the applications running on the computer, and the data stored on the computer. Hardware includes all of the physical parts that make up a computer, such as the monitor and the central processing unit that keeps data moving. There are various types of computers that you may encounter, but they all share the same fundamental purpose of processing and storing information.
Let's take a look at the primary hardware components that make up a computer. This includes the base unit, the monitor, the speakers, the keyboard, and the mouse. Each part serves a purpose that allows us to operate and interact with the computer. The base unit holds the brains of the computer. the physical parts that process information and make the computer function. It contains important components like the CPU, or central processing unit, the motherboard, the hard disk, and the memory units. It also contains ports that allow you to plug additional components or devices into your computer, like headphones or a printer. The monitor, sometimes referred to as the display, is the part of the computer that displays output for users to view, like graphics and text. In some cases, the monitor is a separate piece that you must physically plug into your computer. In other cases, the monitor is built into the computing device. The speakers allow you to listen to sound that comes from the computer. In some cases, the speakers are built into the computer. In other cases, you must physically connect speakers to your computer in order to hear audio. The keyboard is an input device used to interact with the computer. Using a keyboard, you can type letters, numbers, and characters that will be processed by the computer. Keyboards can be physical and attached to the computer, or they can be virtual, where you use a touch display to type by directly touching the screen of the monitor. The mouse is an important device used to interact with items displayed on the screen. When you move the mouse, a pointer on the screen also moves, allowing you to operate the computer. You can plug a physical mouse into your computer, or use the touchpad that is built into some computers and provides the same function. All of these parts may not look the same for every type of computer, but they still provide the same functions.
Computers come in many forms. Some of the most common types are desktop computers, laptops, and mobile phones. But other types of devices such as calculators, gaming consoles, and smart TVs are also computers. The types of computers that we use in our daily lives are called personal computers. Let's look at some of the most common types of personal computing devices and their uses. A desktop is a personal computer designed to stay in one place, like on top of a desk. A desktop computer typically has separate pieces for the base unit, monitor, speakers, keyboard, and a mouse. These parts must be connected using cables. Desktop computers must be plugged in to a power source. A laptop is a portable personal computer, where all parts of the computer are contained in one device. Laptops contain a built-in processing unit, monitor, keyboard, speaker, and mouse touchpad. Laptops are battery-powered, so they do not always need to be plugged into a power source. This makes them easy to be used on the go. A tablet is another type of portable personal computer. The computer parts that make up the tablet are contained in a single device that is smaller than most laptops, typically the size of a book. Because of their small portable size, tablets are often used for entertainment activities, like watching movies or playing games. You can install software applications on tablets that allow you to perform various tasks. A smartphone is a common type of portable personal computing device that is small enough to be handheld. The primary use of smartphones is to make phone calls using mobile networks, but they can be used for much more. You can use a variety of software applications on your smartphone that allow you to take photos, play games, browse the web, send emails, read documents, and more. These apps are great for on-the-go scenarios, but they are typically a lot more basic than the apps you can install on your desktop or laptop computer. Depending on your needs, there are a variety of personal computing devices that you can use to get things done.
What is an operating system? Computers are tools that allow us to get things done electronically. To use a computer for our tasks, we need to be able to tell the computer what we want it to do. Operating systems make this possible. The operating system, sometimes called the OS, is the main piece of software that runs in a computer. The operating system manages all other software and hardware parts of the computer and provides a way for you to communicate with the computer. Modern operating systems are designed with graphical interfaces containing icons, buttons, and text that make it easy for people to use the computer. You can even customize the look and feel of your operating system so that it's easier for you to use in the way you'd like. Consider that you want to use your computer to create a text document. You can use the graphical menus and buttons within the operating system to create the document. Use the keyboard to enter text into your document and tell the operating system to save your file. The operating system handles all of the physical tasks behind the scenes, like keeping track of what you typed on the keyboard, controlling the processor, and saving your information to the hard drive. There are different types of operating systems for different types of computers. Many PCs run the Microsoft Windows operating system, while Mac computers run the Mac OS system, and some computers run the Linux operating system. Mobile devices run different operating systems than laptops and desktop computers. When you purchase a computer, the operating system for that device is usually pre-installed for you. Operating systems make it possible for us to operate computers and get things done.
Are you still okay? Are you sure? Should we move on?
Windows 10 is the latest version of Microsoft's operating system for PCs and tablets, as well as many other devices. Windows comes pre-installed on most new devices. In this video, we will explore the basics of working with an operating system. We'll use the Windows 10 operating system for examples, but these concepts carry over to other operating systems too. When you start up your Windows 10 device, the first thing that will load is the operating system. You will see a screen asking you to log in. A device using Windows 10 as the operating system can be used by more than one person or user. Each user would create their own username and password, then use them to log into their profile and access their own documents without seeing other users' documents or profiles. This allows each user to create their own profile and personalize their experience the way they like. For instance, imagine two users that use the same Windows 10 computer. One user might want their device language to be English, while the other might like it to be Arabic or another language. This is possible with Windows 10 devices. To log into your device, simply enter the username and password in the designated boxes. If you have set up a personal identification number or PIN when you set up Windows 10, you could use your PIN instead of your password when logging in. Then click the arrow next to the password box or simply press enter. If you use your PIN, once the correct PIN is entered successfully, it will immediately take you to your desktop. When you log into your Windows computer, the first thing you see is your desktop. Sort of like the desktop of an actual desk. The desktop is where you can put documents that you're currently working on, or documents that you need quick access to. Windows allows you to customize the look of your desktop, like the colors and the background image, which is called the wallpaper. That is why your device desktop might look different than mine here. At the bottom of the Windows 10 desktop is the taskbar. It is a very important component of Windows 10. Within the taskbar, you can accomplish many tasks, such as using the taskbar to know what apps are currently open, finding out what time it is, managing your calendar, pinning your favorite apps to the taskbar so you can easily launch them, and more. Let's take a closer look at the taskbar. On the far left, you will find the Start button. When you click or tap this button, it opens the Start menu. The Start menu is where you can find all the applications on your device, as well as access functionalities like logging off, restarting, and shutting down your device. We'll revisit the Start menu shortly. Right next to the Start button is the search box. It allows you to search for applications by their name or search for files and documents on your device. Just start typing the name of your application or document, and you will find windows showing you results as you type. You can also find a small microphone icon at the right end of the search box. This is Cortana. This section of the taskbar has icons for applications that are pinned to the taskbar, as well as software applications that are currently open or running on your device. Running applications will have a visual line under the application icon to indicate that it's currently running. You can customize this section by removing or adding applications as you see fit. Usually, applications you use frequently are pinned to the taskbar for ease of access. Microsoft Edge and Outlook are good examples of programs that are usually pinned to the taskbar. The last section of the taskbar features the date and time section and other icons which vary from one device to another. The clock will show you the current time and date. If you click on the clock, a window will open up revealing your calendar for the current month. Other icons in this section of the taskbar include the speaker icon, which allows you to adjust the volume of your device sounds. Click on this icon to adjust your volume by moving the slider to the left or right. The network icon, which shows if you are connected to the internet and Wi-Fi. Clicking it will show you local wireless networks, and right-clicking it gives you the option to troubleshoot your connection or open the network and internet settings. If you have any Windows notifications, you can view them by clicking the notifications icon here. You may also have other icons hidden away here, so they don't clutter up the right side of your taskbar. Click the arrow to view your hidden icons. Let's move back over to the left and explore the Start menu in a little more detail. Clicking the Start button reveals the Start menu. Here, a list of applications is listed on the left side, while on the right you will see an arrangement of tiles. Tiles are a concept that newer versions of the Windows operating system use, and they are meant to provide another easy way to access your favorite applications quickly. You can rearrange the tiles on your Start menu very easily. To move a tile, click and drag it to the desired location. To make a tile bigger or smaller, right-click the tile, select Resize, then choose the desired size. Located within the Start menu are options for quickly accessing your documents and pictures, as well as a quick way to open your Settings menu. Also located here in the Start menu are shortcuts to logging out of your Windows 10 device, shutting down the device, or restarting it. To log off your Windows device, click the Start menu. Click on your username or avatar, and then click Sign Out. One thing about signing out of Windows. Signing out is different than shutting down or turning off the computer. Signing out keeps your device running, but signs you out of Windows 10. After you log out, the computer is ready for another user to log in. Shutting down your computer simply means you're completely turning off your computer, like you turn off a television or another device. It is important to shut down your computer correctly, so you do not lose unsaved work. It also allows the operating system and applications to remain healthy and operate normally. To shut down your computer, click the Start menu and choose Power. Then select Shutdown. Sometimes you will need to restart your computer, like when a new application is finished installing on your computer or when an update has been downloaded. A restart is basically a shutdown followed by starting it back up, all in one step. Your device will prompt you when it needs to go to the Start menu in a little to restart your device. Click on the Start button, reveals the Start menu. Choose Power. Here, a list of applications is listed on the left side. While on the right, as you can see, there's a lot your operating system can do for you, so you can use your computer to get things done.
What is an operating system? Operating system. What is it? CPU. Okay. Just a quick announcement. The ones that were not organized, you can start signing in. You go to the NetVisa platform. You go to a web browser, or you go to our WhatsApp group. There's a link there. It will take you straight to that platform, and then you start creating your account. If you still have any problems, let me know so that we can assist you. But you are now added to the system. So please make sure that you sign in quickly, and then make sure that your details are correct. Then we will come to you and check if you are doing the right thing. The ones who are already in the system, I advise to start answering the questions, but let me just play another video.
Whatever the reason you need a folder, creating let's start by opening the files table. You can either find a taskbar or you can search for it. I want to bring a folder for some of my business documents. So I have a folder called Business. And since I want to find it easily, I will create it inside my documents. Here, I go to the top and click the Home tab, and then select the new folder. The new folder will appear on the list below. Notice the name of the folder is highlighted. Windows now wants to rename the folder what I would like to call it. Click the new name, select all of the new folder. and then rename the folder Business, and click Enter. There's my new folder. Now that I have my new folder, how do I create a file? To do this, let's go back to that new folder I just created. Once in the folder, again go to the Home tab and select the New Item drop-down list. We're now presented with a selection of new types of files we can create. Once we select one, like Microsoft Word document or text document, it will create a document in your folder. Once it's created, like when we create a new folder, it just waits for you to rename the file. Let's say I'm an author and thinking of writing a new book, and I want to create a list of types of book I may write. So let's call this file Book Ideas. Now that the file is created, we can open it and edit. Okay, so I may have named that file wrong. Instead of Book Ideas, I should have named it Book Types. So now I need to rename the file. To do this, just find the file in the folder and click it. Then go to the Home tab and select Rename. Now I can rename it. Now that I think about it, I created that file in the wrong folder. It should have been created in a folder I've already created called New Book. So let's move it to that folder. To do this, select the file, go to the Home tab, and select the Move To drop-down list. There are several selections of where we may want to move that file. The folder I want to move it to is not listed, so I can select Choose Location. There is my folder. Select it and click Move, and it disappears from the current folder. And here it is in the new folder. Now that was pretty easy. Actually, I like it back in that other folder better. Another way to move files is to drag and drop. To move this file back to the other folder, click and hold on the file. Then drag it to the new folder. Then let the mouse button go to drop the file into the new folder. Now that I think about it, I'm not an author, so I shouldn't be writing a book after all. No one would buy it. So let's delete that file. If you do not need the file anymore and would like to delete it or throw it away, simply select the file, go to the Home tab, and select Delete. There, the file is gone. But don't worry, now you know how to create files and folders, rename them, move files from one folder to another, and delete files.
Hi, morning. Can I have your attention, please? Hi, I hope you guys are well. I hope you slept well and I hope you're having a good morning. Unfortunately, my morning didn't start so great. That's why I'm late. But anyway, I will survive. It's very challenging when your morning starts with somebody accusing you of something that you didn't do, and you're having to deal with that on a very empty stomach. But anyway, I am fine. I just wanted to apologize for being late, and That's why I'm explaining to you what happens, so that you don't think that we're just walking here whenever we feel like it. Because I don't like disrespecting people. So I'm going to hand over to Raymond from Compaign. Remember I said to you yesterday that he will do the first presentation in the morning. I know that you are now busy with your course, but I'd really like to ask you to concentrate on the presentations because you will still have time, and Amos and Sharon is here. They will work with you during the day, the whole day still today. So it's only in the morning that we will have presentations, and then the rest of the day will be dedicated to the training. So please can we give Raymond a hand as he comes forward. He's going to talk to you about financial literacy and financial inclusion, and a little bit about economic abuse, in terms of the fact that we also have economic abuse as part of gender-based violence. So can we give him a hand?
In 3, 2, 1. You're the champion.
Okay, thank you, Raymond. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Minister Chwabela. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to ask you to switch off or turn down your phones and everything, because I need your full attention. I don't want to, when I'm busy presenting, people are busy with their cell phones or the laptop, or I'm giving you notepads. Please use them to take notes. Maybe I should give you a little bit of my background, personal background. Just a little bit of it. My name is Sitabo Raymond Modiba, born and bred in Gauteng. I've been with Postbank for 37 years. Within Postbank, I'm a member of the Banking Association of South Africa. I'm also a member of the South African Savings Institute. I'm also a member of the World Savings Bank Institute. I'm also a member of the Afro-Twin International. And there are so many other institutions that I'm part of, that I'm busy working with. The unfortunate part, or the fortunate part, is that the unfortunate part is that everything has got the beginning and the end. So some of you might not think that, hey, this guy's standing here. No, I'm an old man. So I'm left with 18 months, I'll be on pension. So the reason why I'm saying this to you is, I want you to understand one thing. Professor Lavmo Mbeki from Zimbabwe says, I am because we are. I can only be a person because of others. So what it means in an actual practice, there's nothing that you can do as an individual without other people. So all of you, those who got businesses, those who got whatever you got, just make sure that you collaborate or you engage other people to be able to make sure that your business is booming. That's the first step that I'm going to talk to you about. The next one is, I did study theology, but unfortunately I'm not a pastor. What I know from the Bible is that each and every one of you here was born with a purpose. I want to repeat that. You were born with a purpose, and your purpose is your purpose. No one will take it away from you. The next thing is, if you start a business, you have a strategy, you have ideas, you have a mission, you have anything. That's why you see a lot of business people who started business, when they die, the business dies. You'll say, hey, these kids cannot handle their father's business because it's not their purpose. But if they wanted to take that purpose further, they should be taken along with the owner of the business so that they can understand the purpose of that individual. Are we together?
Yes.
So, each and every business or each and every individual must have a vision. Vision must have action. Vision without action is just a mere dream. I want to repeat that. Vision must have action. Vision without action is just a mere dream. That's why in all businesses, there is a visionary who is the head of the business or the CEO or whoever, and then he has an ESCO or executive group that will assist him to achieve that vision. So if you are starting a business, you must have a vision. I'll give you a very simple example. Some of us in here, we're using WhatsApp, it's not, isn't it? WhatsApp is somebody's vision. It is somebody's purpose. It is somebody's business, and that person is making money out of that WhatsApp. So it is very, very important for you to understand that. Hello. Stop, please. It's somebody's purpose, it's somebody's vision. Are we together? So it is very, very important that you understand that, because if you don't, you are going to lose your vision. That is why when you start business and other people are seeing you, business growing, they start competing with you. If you really know this is your vision, they will fall on the way. They will definitely fall on the way. So if you really want to start a business, stick to your vision. Make action for your vision. Every time when you have an idea, turn that idea into action. That's what the purpose is all about. Okay, I happen to have luck to visit most of the countries internationally. But my experience has taught me that when you go to countries like China, that is why they don't see any problem in China. They don't have problems. Not that they don't have problems. They do. But when there's a problem, they don't say, hey, there's a problem. They say, there's an opportunity. SWOT analysis, you remember? They say, there's an opportunity. What does that mean? How can I bring the solution in this opportunity to make money? That's how they think. So if we always think there's a problem, there's no water, there's no electricity, there is no whatever, there is no food, why don't you take that as an opportunity to say, how best can I bring a solution to make sure that ultimately I have a solution, and the solution will assist me as an individual to be able to drive my vision into action. Now I'm getting into the second part. Oh, yeah, this one is a little bit heavy, but we have to talk about it. If you think of the Africans say, of the vendors of angels, of soul, of bad. Man. I want to ask you, and I want to plead with you, your life is very important. I want to repeat this. Your life is very, you live once. There is no second chance. Don't be life by ever saying, you'll have a second life. you will have a second whatever. On this earth, Alman Fanons only live once. So, with men it happens a little bit, it's very, very little that happens to men. But with women, it happens a lot. You stay with a man, it's a boyfriend, or it's a husband, or it's whatever you may call it, you are lucky or whatever, and it's not your everyday. You stay there, Uti, in Zulu they say, we are begezela. Am I correct, Sandy? We are begezela. Because he's supporting me, supporting my children. I want to repeat that. Stop staying in abusive relationships because of you are saying a person is taking care of you. You live once. Today, it's unfortunate, there's a lot of women that have been killed because they believe that he will change. When we leave this program on Friday, I want to make sure that each and everyone, what you have learned here must change your life. What you have learned here must make you the person who will say, you can take your money, I will start from zero. I want you to be there. You must be able to say, I will start from zero. And it's possible. If you have a vision, you will make it to be action. If you have a purpose, live your purpose. Very, very important. I am not going to ask who has done who, what to who, but if you are in that abusive relationship and you are staying in it only because this man has got a pocket, please get out. Get out of that pocket, correct? Say, I will make it with or without you. When I grew up, I always had this thing of saying, a man is a man because his pocket must be deep. And a woman must always respect and whatever. But despite the fact that you are respecting, you are doing what? Nobody is allowed to beat anyone. Nobody is allowed to kill anyone. We were all born with the purpose of God. God knew the program of life before you were born. So, it is very, very important. It is very, very important that you understand that part of life. Once you understand that part of life, it's going to be easy for you to say, let me start from zero. If you are not changing, you die. Or you live with bruises, whatever you live with. And it does not mean it's only men who beat women. Women also beat men. I was also once beaten by a woman. I'm not ashamed of talking about it. Because I know the law, I didn't beat back. Because I went to the police station to report. Here's another thing. I went to the police station to report, and while I was reporting, the police on the counter, you know them, they laughed at me. Why don't you beat that woman so that they can arrest you? When she beat the woman to arrest her, then I showed them that I also know the rules and the law of this country. Immediately I looked for the station commander. I mean, I was present, he came and assisted me, and I told him, if you are not actioning anything against these officers, I will take it further to the cluster commander. Because I know the protocol of the police. If you get to a police station, you want assistance, and they call it service desk, customer service center, whatever, and they don't want to help you. It's very simple. As inside the police station, according to law, there must be a protocol of reporting lines. Who the station commander is, who the area commander is, who is the cluster commander, who is the provincial commander, and the national commander, who is the minister, ultimately the president. Those protocols, don't be afraid of following them. You go to the police station, you're reporting somebody who's abusing you, they're not taking care of what you're saying, they'll report them. Never say, they won't say anything to me. Remember, that person who's beating you, because you have already done so many times with that person, you will always say, this one is not going anywhere, he doesn't have any income, he doesn't have money, he depends on me. That's why he's holding me like this, beating you now and then every day and so on. So, let that money, or let that his money, keep it, let him keep it. And you start from zero. If you have a vision, you put it into action, you will be able to survive. I want to mention something on my third part of what I'm going to talk about. It's very simple to start. When I was working with the South African Service Institute, we always did what we call teach children to save. Children are not breaking their school, isn't it? But because today there are programs in schools where these school children are getting money or are getting food from the school, and at the same time they are also getting money from parents when they go to school. They call that money care or whatever they call it. Then we say, okay, quick calculations. I want to see if you're going to answer my question. And if you are responding correctly to my questions, I've got a few gifts to give away. My question is very simple. I've always said to these kids, how much are they giving me? The other one is saying 10 rand, 15 rand a day. Then I always say to them, try and save 5 rand a day. You save 5 rand a day, for 5 days it's 25 rand. Now, how much will this child have at the end of the year, including holidays, excluding weekends? I want to see you to answer me. Quick calculations. And please, can I also tell you something? Stop whispering, because I want to hear your personal mind. I don't want you to be influenced by somebody else. If you have an answer to give, raise up your hand and give the answer. I don't know, I don't want you to use a cell phone because you are going to end up using it forever. So you must do your calculation. Let's hear, how much will the child have? 1.5? She says no. Wait, you answer once. Okay, let's hear. 3.8. 1.2. 1.2. So 1.2 is winning. 1.2. 1.3. 1.3 and 1.2. Let's hear. Per annum, yes. Excluding weekends, including holidays. 1.2. Okay, who wants to give us? Those who say 1.3, how did you arrive to your answer? And those who say 1.2, how did you arrive to your answer? Let's start with those who say 1.2. How did you arrive to your answer? You see, if a person is smoking, you get him. Who says 1.2? Okay, let's hear 1.3. How did you arrive to your answer? Yeah. Yes.
Excluding
weekends, yes.
So roughly we will have 8 days,
You missed the point, you missed it. You missed it. What is your answer? 1.2. Okay, let's hear from 1.2. I know you didn't finish, but you finished it. Okay, let me allow you to finish it. Let me be fair. Okay, I'm sorry, my apologies. Continue. Don't be angry. Continue. Okay, let's hear. 1.2, can we listen, please? Can we listen, please? Do you agree or you disagree? Who does not? Oh, I disagree. Let's hear your answer. 5.2. How did you arrive to your answer? Can you listen, please? 500 per day. Per 25 at the end of the week, yes. That's 52 weeks, yes. Oh, that's what you got it. And then 10 times 52 is how much? 52. You have 52 weeks, include weekends. But question said excluding. Okay, let's see. Who is saying 1.2 is correct? Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, 9. Those who say 1.2 is not correct, give us your answers. Who wants to give us an answer? Because you are saying 1.2 is not correct. Stop gossiping. You see, we are now discussing how to save. When we finish on how to save, we'll get into the next one, which is how to budget. And what is budget? Start thinking about this. Sorry, hello. You want to talk about this? Talk to all of us. Maybe I'm saying this because I was once a principal. And I was once a teacher. And I'm still a teacher. Because one other thing that I've realized in a lot of learners, when the teacher asks a question, they gossip. The one who didn't come up with the question, raise up the hand and get it right, and then they applaud. Always the teacher gets answers from others, they applaud. Come examination time, there's no gossiping. The child fails. Then you start saying, the teacher doesn't like him or her. So I want to avoid that. So I want you to give us your own opinion, your own mind, so that when you deal with your own vision into action, it's you and only you. Can you tell us what I'm discussing? Yes. So, the correct answer for the question is 1.2 indeed. So, this is how it's going to work. If I get 5 correct answers on my presentation, then that will make me to give out something to everybody. If I get 4 out of 5, I will ask Sister if I can do it or not. Now, there's one question that is correct. Now, the next part. So, that says to you, if you say the little money that you have, but do not forget, very important, you must also be disciplined. Because some of us are not disciplined when it comes to money. You see, Sharon, you know Sharon. Sharon. You know her? Sharon has got these ladies, especially women. And then, Sharon, I'm going to do the house. You compete with Sharon. Do you know where Sharon got the money? So stop competing. Stop competing. You see, Miss Petronet, where is she? Yeah. She's got a beautiful hair. You don't know where she got the money. I also want the hair. You fall. Because that's not your actions, that's not your vision, that's not your purpose. So, even when you start a business, you must learn how best can you and you only save your business. And then if you start something small, and you are actually your purpose and everything, possibilities of assistance or funding are very high to come to your way. That's how God operates. Despite God, but that's how business operates. For example, a lot of us, we like to start a business without having an idea, without having everything. If you hear that there's somebody or some company that is giving out funds, I also want to make money. You run. You don't have a vision, you don't have a purpose, you don't have strategy, you don't have anything. So most important is that start actualizing your business and have your plans and everything. And very, very critical, stick to your purpose. When you start a business, there is one thing that you must understand. I'll give you a very simple example. We all know chicken. Winner. Huh? Winner. Yes. How many restaurants or retailers are selling chicken? That is food. Give me a few names that you know. Chicken licken? Nando's? KFC? Okay, fine. Up to date. I want to mention this. There is KFC, there is Nando's, there is Chicken Licken, there is Sears, there is Spence, there is whatever. All of them cook the same chicken. What makes us to sometimes want Chicken Licken, sometimes want KFC, sometimes want Nando's? Raise up your hand, please. Stop discussing. Yes, ma'am. There are spices, yes. Different recipes in the spices. Yes, ma'am. Different prices and taste. You won't be able to listen if you are talking to them. The texture of the meat. Some deep fry, some run. Let's look at a person's weight. A business weight that differentiates this company. Remember, they're all selling the same chicken that comes from the same farm. That was, I'll give you another example. The service, yes. The what? Taste, yes. The price, yes. The quality, yes. Pardon? Quantity, yes. Different ranking, yes. Franchise, yes. Market target, yes. But let me give you an example. Every time when you start your business, make sure you have something insignificant that will differentiate you from any other business. Very, very important. So then you must have your own target customers. That is very, very important. So when you start a business, that's the route to go. I always say to people, who knows where our tomatoes grow? Where tomatoes, you know this ahead. Tomatoes, where South Africa gets its most tomatoes. Okay, let's start and say, in which province? Maybe that classes. Free State, no. Limpopo, yes. Limpopo, where in Limpopo? Somebody said something. You see, not this, but just a little bit. Where in Limpopo? What then? ZZ2, which stands for Zumekar, in Zanini, in Limpopo. All the tomatoes are grown there. I just want to give you the similar ideology of the chicken. Now, the question is, all the tomatoes comes from there. They come with one truck, that is ZZ2. The truck goes to Woolworths, it delivers. The truck goes to Pick and Pay, it delivers. The truck goes to ShopRite, Boxer, and so on, the Checkers, and so on, and even to the market, and the people buy them and sell them to you. Same tomatoes. Now the question becomes, give me prices of all tomatoes per store or per retailer. Just think about the price that you think for 4 tomatoes, how much can you pay at a spaza shop, at the Gogo or Mama or Brother standing on the corner, or at Woolworths or at Pick and Pay, and so on. And give me a reason for your answer. Pardon? Okay. Okay. All right. Then she says, when? Okay. Okay.
I say
Why?
I think it's a way to find the way they do it. That's okay.
Remember what I said. Same track. Okay, let's get. Yeah. Remember, you don't talk about the one that my friend grew. What is your answer? Remember, yesterday you were taught on how to start the business. Remember? So I want you to have a clear, full ideology in terms of how to differentiate your business from other businesses. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
I think what they do is they sell. Okay, they have their target market.
Yes.
Yes. Woolworths will be more expensive than
Wow.
That's because they
Looking for that one. Wait. Let's allow her to talk.
I think back and Babo no fit the product
Who wants to help her? You want to help? Sushi King. She said no. You saw the hand. Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm not saying this is anything.
Yeah.
It is also about education, which is also considered a time and message and media and
Okay, you are very correct. Let me tell you the difference, which is very simple. You are very correct. The packaging and the service of the particular retailer. I'll give you an example. When I'm talking about service, if you buy an item, in this case, from any other retailer, ShopRite, I'll give you an example, ShopRite or say whatever. When you return it, you are going to have a fine taste. But when you return that item at Woolworths, they just take it and exchange it. That's their strategy. They can say, with my friends, you cannot take anything. You buy it, bought it, that's it. So, make your own business. Make your own business to have the type of service that people will always think about service. Actually, any business, what they are selling is not actually the product, it's the service. You can say, we will have everything is organic. Are you glad to see when they plant this into organic? I'm giving you a very simple example. Tomatoes in ZZ2. If anyone who has been to ZZ2, I've been there so many times. Those tomatoes are planting the same farm. The farm is like from here to, if I give an example, I don't know different way out now. Okay, the farm might be from here to maybe place to that side. That's how big the farm is. And then it's a square meters, it will be the same. So what I'm trying to say to you, that's why they are able to supply a lot of tomatoes in the whole country. So when you start a business, have a vision, put it into action, have your own purpose, use it, have your own ideology or strategy of saying, I'm going to sell this and I'm going to be different from any other person. You can start a business of nails, you can start a business of anything. Whether that business is there, I remember yesterday was it Amos. He spoke about Amos help me. You spoke about when you have to improve on a product. We said, what is it? Innovation. And then when you start something new, we said is what? Creativity. So you must either be creative or be innovative in your business.
Just wanted to add when you say it's about the packaging and service, and also how neat the place is, because with my experience, for instance, when I go to Twin City, I would rather go to ShopRite than going to Boxer, because on how when you go to Boxer, there's always lines. It's not really tidy enough or clean enough for me. Whereby when I go to ShopRite, everything is visible, it's clean and what. So I think that also plays a big part why people rather go to different stores. Sometimes not about that. Sometimes you just when you go to USAID, then you go to ShopRite. I'm just making an example, but that's actually what we experience as well. Because sometimes the people like selling magunya, I go to Angeli's where I see how she makes the magunya. Then rather go to Lerato where Lerato's magunya is already made, but I don't know because Manala Alerato Amadelene because that's what people are talking about. Especially when buying a food or whatever you are selling, they are looking for this small things when what we don't really take to Congo.
So can you see how important for your business to be clean? Can you see how important for your business to have its own way of doing things? There's a business in Limpopo in ZB. They are selling a quarter, and their quarter is unique. Who can guess how much is that quarter? Raise up your hand. 45?
Something's penny.
50? Raise up your hand. Just this. 110? 25 rand, 150. Okay, then you have the price picking. The quarter, standard quarter, is 250 rand. You can Google it. I forgot the name of the business. You can Google it. Diana? Oh, okay. Their quota is standard, 250. So, and people leave Gauteng there and go and taste that quota. When we go to Limpopo, we won't come back before we go and buy that quota. It's wow. So, make sure that you develop a business here that is different from any other business that will make you money. So that's the starting point of how to use your money, how to develop your own business. The other part that I want to talk to you about is how to budget. When you have a business, you must be able to know how much are you getting, which is an income, how much are you spending, which is an expenditure, how much are you left with, which is a surplus, and or how much you are short of, which is a deficit, or whether you are breaking even. Very, very important. And when you have a business, do not just use the money to yourself. Make sure that you budget, you include yourself, you must be paid because you are also working in that business. Do not take my business, I use the money the way I want. It will use you also. So I will still be around. If you need more or want to ask me more questions, I will still be around for you to ask me questions. But for now, let me pause and ask you to ask me questions or to give me comments. If you have any questions.
I just want to summarize the presentation. The first thing that they spoke about is the fact that we all have a purpose, or we should all have a purpose in life. And that we should know what our purpose is. And for us to have that purpose, we need to have vision for our lives. Then the second thing that he spoke about was how do we save our money. And he used an example of a child that saves 5 rand every day. And essentially what he was trying to bring across is that we need to have savings. We need to work towards savings, especially in the context of being a GBV survivor, so that you are able to have a money to be able to get out of a situation of abuse, or if you are already out of the situation, that you are able to utilize that money to start something on your own, either a business or it helps you to find employment. So that was the second thing he spoke about. The third thing that he spoke about was that we need to look at having creative and innovative ideas. If we want to start a business, we need to look at being unique, having a unique selling point. That's essentially what he was trying to explain when he was giving you the questions around the chicken and the difference, why do we buy certain chicken from certain people and not from other people. And then he also, the fourth area that he touched on was around, and just to say in terms of the unique selling point, it's not only for business, but it's also for yourself. If you are going to start looking at how to get out of debt and how to get yourself out of whatever situation, you need to start looking at what is it that I have that is unique to me, that other people don't have, that I can utilize to either make money or I can utilize to get a new opportunity, so that I'm able to be paid for whatever service. And then the fourth area that we spoke about, which was a bit brief now, is the issue of budgeting, and then we need to look at how do we budget our money and what do we spend our money on, and why do we spend our money. But obviously we didn't have enough time to go into that in detail. But usually what he also does is he talks to you about your income, looking at your expenses, making sure that you break even or that you have a surplus. Because the surplus is when you have more, when you have money left after you have paid your expenses, you have money left. You're not just living from paycheck to paycheck or having money today and tomorrow you don't have money. Also, and I think when he was explaining the issue of saving, he was also trying to help you to understand that you shouldn't compete with other people and try to have things that other people have and then tap into your savings or not save because you want to buy that thing. And then lastly, he spoke about the fact that you need to make sure that you understand what it means to budget. So that's a summary of the presentation. Now I'm going to open it up for any questions, any comments, anything that you want to ask. And then I just want to comment on the lady that was asked the question and then she said, I know. I just want to say, when he said that correct or something like that, I just want to give you a little bit of advice, all of it, not just to her, but I'm using her as an example. You know that sometimes you know things that other people don't know, but you don't have to make them know that you know, because we always have to think about how it makes the other person feel when we respond to something. And I think what I want to say is that today's thought of the day for me, for us, is that we must remember that talent and expertise and skills can take you somewhere. It can take you to an opportunity. But what keeps you in that opportunity, or what takes you further than that opportunity, is character. And hence you need to work on your character more than you work on your skill. Because your skill can always be taught, but character is not something that can be taught. So yeah, that's just what I wanted to observe based on the interactions with Compaign. And unfortunately, when it comes to money, when it comes to our finances, money is also something that either gives people or that people perceive as giving people status or not status. If people have money, people perceive those people to be intelligent, to have status, to have certain understanding of things, but it's not always the case. It doesn't mean that when you don't have money, you don't have status, you don't have understanding of things. But money gives people that impression, and it's not always the case. So it's really about how you manage your money, whether it's a lot or whether it's a little. And as survivors or people that are confronted with gender-based violence, it's really important that money should not become, and that's the first thing that he spoke about, money should not become the reason why you stay in an abusive relationship. Because you should value your character more than you value what you have, whatever that may be. So, any questions, any comments, anything that you want to ask?
Because I don't know what I get you to the posted and then that's the sound. So if even if you are not involved, like she's if you do like this, not changing it. That I'm cheating out to the so people like that, if you talk about this, they will get
She wants to know how she can save money through Compaign, because in the past when she grew up, she had a Compaign book-based account. But in simple terms, to answer you is that book-based account is still there. The unfortunate part of it is that in 2019, April the 1st, Compaign separated from post office. So post office and post bank reports directly to the Department of Communication and Digital Technology, but they are fully separate, independent entities. So currently, as we speak, Post Bank has been granted to build itself or to rebuild itself to become a state bank. We are in the process where we want to open our own branches, our own ATMs, our own apps, our own everything, so that we can be a commercial bank. And there are products that are already there that will assist those who are starting small businesses, because it's now a government bank, because nobody owns Post Bank. It's not individually owned, it's owned by the government, whereby you will be able to access funds, you'll be able to make a loan, or if any government entity wants to give you funding, you will also go through to apply for it through Post Bank once it's fully commercial. So the book base is still there, you can still go and open it, but the unfortunate part of it is that most of the post offices are closed, but luckily in Compaign you still have the main one and the one here in Mosambon. Did I answer you? Thank you.
Okay, just to say that most of the post offices have closed down due to some of the challenges that the South African Post Office have had. But there are still branches, there are still a number of branches that are open. So you can still access Post Bank through some of the post offices that are open. But as Raymond has explained, they are in the process of setting up their own spaces, and so please keep your eyes open, listen to the news, go onto the internet, please do continue to do research around Post Bank, and even look out for maybe there might even be opportunities in terms of employment, because they are now a fully state-owned bank, and they are definitely starting to set themselves up in terms of providing services to the South African citizens. Okay, we can take the next question.
Thank you, Raymond. Your presentation was very nice. I've listened to you the whole day.
Okay, and I hope that you will be listening to him in the context of the content and nothing else.
Raymond, I wonder the GBP parts, a lot of women couldn't get the chance to be here. And what I want to know is there something that you guys are doing with the Post Bank to reach out to the women out there, to talk to them about what you just said and ask, there's a lot of women who are staying in Maine just because of their pocket concern, and they do not know anything about Post Bank. So is there something that can be done by Post Bank to go to them, to educate them? And is there something that they can be helped with to wake up from them? Maybe skills, because not all of us had the privilege to go to school, or the ideas of okay, what to do when you want to start a business. So is there something that you guys are doing?
Thank you. I will answer in brief. One of the things that we're doing is becoming part of this program. And nothing stops you to invite us if you are all in a center place, whether you are only men or whoever. Post Bank will come and do all the presentations, all the speech. We can even, let me put it this way, since we are a member of the Banking Association of South Africa, we can even invite and collaborate with other banks to come to your center where you want us to come and do the presentation. That is possible. We can arrange, and then we can come to your place. Did I answer you? Thank you.
Okay, I just want to add that I think that we will also take note of your comment, because I think what you are asking is that we need to focus on having more content in the program around and starting your own business. What are some of the things that you need to do? So this Friday, which is tomorrow, the Deputy Minister is starting a process around ICT SMMEs, but it's in KZN. I don't know if they're going to have a link, if it's going to be a virtual, it's going to be a virtual link. I'll find out if there is. then I will make sure that you also get that link so that you can maybe tap in and start listening. But essentially, there is also in the department a process where we have a digital portal where SMEs, if you have a business already, you can go and market your products and stuff like that. And then there's also the SME section that is training to existing SMEs. So it's mostly focusing on when you already have a business. But I think what you are asking is to also assist with ideas around starting businesses. So as the department, we have another program which is not specifically related to gender-based violence, but it's empowerment of women. And in that program, we do sessions where we will have workshops with you around understanding what it is to have a business, how do you start a business. We partner, we bring in people like small business development and other economic development departments to come and talk to you about what are some of the things that you need to do. So we will also look at that, and then obviously when we do that, we will invite the Raymond and the Banking Association, and then they will come and make some of those presentations. So that's some of the things that we are doing. But just to mention, in our work, we focus mostly on companies that are in the technology sector, or we try to encourage people to start small businesses that provides a technology service, product, or intervention or innovation that is ICT based. Okay, I hope that also assisted with responding to your question. Okay, you can take the last one.
Mr. Raymond, thank you very much for your presentation. It was very helpful. Just a question. Is it advisable to save in a bank? Bearing in mind, of course, I'm going to use example of my mother. What happened? She had this saving account, but it was from Old Mutual, whereby she saved every month 200 from 2010. From 2000 until 2018. So it's 10 years. So in those 10 years, when she went back, because they were saying it was for 10 years that she has to stay. And after 10 years, she went to Old Mutual. Getting there, they told her no. Sorry, I'm going to use Afrikaans, body rent, food, open up for inflation and what. And for 10 years, she only got 13,000, saved 200. So my question is it always advisable to save at the bank? Because even if you save, you don't get the money that you put in. For instance, I'm playing society and Ratsakana, like Kurfu in Afrikaans. The other was because when we buy the bank, if you put in 1,000 rand, you can't withdraw the 1,000 rand the way it is. You have to go to withdraw 980 or 90. So your money is the same. So my question is, especially for people who are looking into doing their own business, is it advisable? I know the bank will always say, yeah, then save, but the charges, because our people in the community are already complaining about them different bank charges that they have. Then Capitec lines are always low, because if I go to Nedbank for the Capitec card, they are withdrawing more bank charges than what I would have been getting from my own banks.
Okay, my answer to that is very simple. It depends on the type of product you take and the time frame of that particular product. Remember, in banking, there is administration fee, there's monthly fee, there's deposit fee, there's withdrawal fees. So the type of a product that you take will give you the type of outcome or output that you want. We discuss more during the break. You can come with other people who are interested in this, so that we save time to discuss it more. I can tell you more about other banks, and there is no a bank in the world that is in business not to make money. No, it's not wise to do it in the in the mattress.
Okay, sorry, can I add the question? Wait, so there was a substitution. Okay, understand? If I listen to you, okay, in numbers it's 19, not in the financial sector. If I listen to what you just said now, your mom got a very good deal. Because 200 times 12 is 1,200. 1,200 times 10 is 12,000. 200 is 12,400. You said your mom got 13,000 and something back. So she got her money that she saved, and she got 1,080 rand interest. Yes, because it's 200 rand a month per month. So the issue that he raised is that you must look at the product, and you must also look at the amount that you are saving. Because although the period was 10 years, but the amount is 200 rand. You understand? If the amount was 2,000 rand, it would be a completely different story. Because the higher the amount you put in, the more interest you accumulate in terms of depending on the interest rate that you got this from. Because it depends on what interest rate they gave you, it depends on which product they gave you also. And it depends on where they invested your mom's money. If it's a normal savings plan, then she got a very good deal. It's just a simple savings plan. But if it's an investment plan, then obviously you have to go and check with them where they invest your mom's money. You understand? So you need to think about when you want to start saving and you want to put money away, you need to think about where am I going to get the best return on my investment. In terms of the interest rate, where they're going to invest my money, what is the plan that they're putting my money in, how much money am I putting in, and what am I expecting to get back. And that's why you talk to a financial advisor, they give you advice, but even in the banks, they have good people that may talk to you. But like you said, there's not a bank, because banks are in the business of making money with your money. They make money with our money. Because you put your money in and they make money with that money. You understand? They are not in the business of saving your money. That's not their business. Remember, you started by saying, what's your purpose? So the purpose of the bank is to make money, is to get more money. They are not, their purpose is not to save your money. So I know that you might feel it's little, but actually,
I think maybe probably the main bank that help working in house even though the people not but the same and I see I think a lot of people are not giving them
but you must remember the money that you put in, it's not going to grow exponentially. Like if you put in 200 a month for 10 years, like I explained to you now, the money that you're going to get, if you have no interest, there's nothing, it's 12,400 rand. That's the money for 10 years, it's 200 rand. So what I agree with you is that when you are discussing your product, you must make sure that you ask the right question, you read the paperwork, you understand what is happening, because you can't put in a small amount but expect a big amount back. That's a, what do they call these things? A pyramid scheme, those things. And those things are not safe, it doesn't really work. Because there's no situation where you're going to put in 5,000 rand, but then you're going to get 500,000 rand. There isn't any of them that normally those things are not, it's not safe. It's not real in most cases. So, but I do understand that you feel your mommy expected more and she got less than what she expected. So, what I would say for other Roxanne's input is when you are investing, make sure that you check the return on your investment, check the interest rate, check how it grows, or how it is going to grow, because they can give you a projection as well. And then remember, our country's economy is struggling. Now the inflation rate is high, the interest rates has gone up because the Reserve Bank is continually raising the interest rates, not going down. So yeah, but I can see Roxanne is not very happy, but unfortunately that's how it works in money. In investment, it's a very tricky thing, and you need to be very clear on what you are doing when you are investing. But what I want to encourage all of you in this room is if you are earning any income, if you have any income on a monthly basis, please start saving, and secondly, start thinking about investing in terms of your old age, when you are going to be older, especially the younger people. Because if you don't do that when you are older, you are going to have difficulties in terms of living, because living expenses will be much more expensive from now. Is that the next question?
The last question or the last one? Yeah, let's hear.
Coming back to that question of tomato cycling, I'm still puzzled a bit in terms of they coming in the same truck, but the price is different. And then they said the packaging was there, right? But what else I know, even thinking we have Fresh Mark. Fresh Mark takes Pick n Pay and ShopRite and usually they get their veggies from Fresh Mark. They come in the same truck. But the price, when you go to the ShopRite that is in the location, the price is different. And the price in the ShopRite that is in town, the price is different. But the packaging is still the same. So I'm puzzled if you are saying it's the packaging that makes them the price to be different. For I said it's the location, because obviously the rent of the ShopRite in the location and the rent of the ShopRite in town would be different.
I fully agree with what you are saying, but I gave you an example with a tomato. But the reality is, it is true that a particular store which is sitting in a particular place will have a different price from a particular store in another area. But simply because some of these stores, they are not chain stores. A chain store means the price will be the same all over. A franchise store, the price might be different, but in the same shop. As an example. I don't know if you understand. So a franchise is that I go to ShopRite and say, for example, ShopRite's franchise is the same. Then you say in Township, in Mangaung, and if there was another you say in town, the price might not be the same of a particular franchise. So, but if it's a chain store, it must be the same. So what you're saying about the location is also true, because there's no person that can make money after he is paying more rent than that other person that is still priced the same as the person somewhere else. That I agree with you. I'm not saying you are wrong. I'm saying I fully agree with you. Last question.
When you say it comes on the same truck, it doesn't mean that it comes from the same place. Because remember, Woolworths has a different place where they source their tomatoes. or their babies, if you put it like that. So they might use the same company in terms of transporting their goods, but where the production of their goods is not necessarily at the same place. So that also has an impact on the cost, because they look at where it was produced in terms of versus where the other product might have been produced in the, like organic, for example, versus non-organic. It will be more expensive for organic than it would be for non-organic. And so on and so on. So you also have to take those things into account. So just saying that it comes on the same track, it's not, it doesn't mean that it's the same place that it comes.
Let's take the last question, because there's a presentation that is coming at 11. So they come 11 and or 5 to 11, then that person can start a meeting ceremony.
So when we talk about the religion, that's not a question of religion. So you intention we do what we so like one major challenge is what we face and what we do overcome them. The challenges that you overcome. Open the door to whether you start working,
there's always challenges in life, and out of all the challenges, you must know why you want to do what you are doing and what you want to achieve. There's no smooth road in anything, whether it's a business or personal life or whatever. But when a challenge comes, I've said, for example, the time when I started working financial inclusion or financial education, it was 2007, 2008. I was invited by the Banking Association of South Africa. And then when I started with that, I had a lot of debts, I had a lot of, I can tell you more. But the reality is, or in summary, is there's always challenges. You must face them. And please, I want to say this without any fear or favor. Do not make alcohol to and think that alcohol will change or will minimize your challenges. After you are drunk, when you are sober, those challenges are still there. So please do not use alcohol to say it's going to assist you in minimizing your challenges. So we'll discuss more during break, me and you. I'll tell you more personal stuff, what I've done, what happened to me, and so on. Maybe let's take it that we are done, so that we can allow the next speaker to get more time to, or to come in on the right time as planned. Thank you.
Can we give him a hand? Thank you. 3, 2, 1.
Thank you so much for the questions. I know that some people might not be happy with responses, but that's life, that's how life works. And I think that the overall outcome of this presentation is to help you to think about your own financial situation. Think about what are you doing with your money currently, and how are you going to utilize your money to enable you to get out of some of the gender abusive situations that you may find yourself in. So I'm not sure if Susie for online.
Nope. Nope, she's not.
Okay, can I just say, we are speaking a presentation at 11 o'clock from one of our colleagues, and I think this the director that deals with the digital skills and the strategy that is being developed by the funding and the candidate on how we will digitally skill the candidate, whether you are in school, whether you are working, whether you are in business. So we aim to do that presentation at 11 o'clock. but they say she's not online yet. So I think for now you can continue with Sharon is in the room. She can continue with the videos and with the training until Ms. Nico joins us and we can get the presentation. Thank you.
Please. Yeah. I know the boss.
Good morning, colleagues. Can you hear me, colleagues?
Okay, I can hear you. Let me try and put the sound from the other side so we can all hear you. Nazipo, may you say something?
Good morning.
Read us again.
Welcome, Nazipo. Petronella will call you.
I beg your pardon?
Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay. So, what do I do now? Do I just wait in here? You are going to let me know
Can I have your attention?
what's next?
Noziko is online now, so she's ready to do her presentation now. The one that I was speaking about just now, a few minutes ago. Noziko, can you hear us?
Nazipo.
I was listening to Miss Linda's, but I got cut, so I don't know whether there is a problem from my side.
Okay, we can
I can't hear Miss Linda's anymore now.
Can you hear me now, Noziko?
Say something again. Miss Vidas. Now she can hear you.
Hi, Noziko, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Miss Lindas.
Okay, there's a bit of an echo on outside, but if you can hear me, then I'm happy. I've already introduced you, I've already indicated who you are a few minutes ago, and we are ready to take the presentation. You can obviously just say something about yourself and then so we are ready to take the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, I hope you can hear me, colleagues. There's an echo on my side when I listen to you. As Miss Lindas was talking, there was a big echo. So can you confirm if you can hear me well without the feedback?
Yes, clearly on the feedback.
Okay. Ms. Lindas, let me just confirm my understanding. You are saying you would like me to talk to the digital skills program, not necessarily a presentation, right?
say, I explained to Helen, you are responsible for the computer strategy. I'm just trying to get them to sort out.
All right. So I can share the presentation, right? So can you just give me a thumbs up if she says I can share the presentation?
You can.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Good morning, Ms. Lindas, and good morning to all the colleagues and everyone that is on the call, or rather that is in the workshop. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to share the work of the Digital Skills Program, which is, rather the Digital Skills Strategy, which is an anchor of the work that is being done today, that is the Digital Skills Awareness Workshop that is being undertaken this week. It is anchored into the Digital Skills Strategy, which I am going to briefly share. Yes, this is the one, which I am briefly going to share and with everyone, and please do indicate if you can see it. I'm putting on presentation mode. Zakele, just give me a thumbs up to indicate if you can see.
We can see.
Thank you. All right. So I'm going to present the Digital and Future Skills Program, which is a program that is anchored on the Digital and Future Skills Strategy. And the program, as I say, is based on the Digital and Future Skills Strategy, which was approved by Cabinet, in 2020, and we are heading towards the 4th year of the Digital and Future Skills Strategy. And it is an important time of the strategy for us because it's going towards us really reaping the fruits. If you have been implementing something for more than 3 years, after the 3 years, you should be able to look back and say, what is it that we have done? What is the trail, that we have managed to cover over the past 3 years? But before we go there, I would like to talk to you about what is the vision really of this Digital and Future Skills Strategy. It is a vision wherein government would like to see the whole of society becoming digitally adaptive and digitally adaptive for purposes of digital inclusivity for all generations. So the strategy has taken an approach to make sure that everybody is not left behind, if we can summarize it in that way. And the main anchors of the strategies are to look into the issues of agility, creativity, critical thinking, and problem solving. Now, these 4 blocks are the most important blocks of implementing the strategy because they are saying, if we are to be a digitally skilled nation, we will be able to respond to matters in a much more agile way. Now, agility simply means, how when a cat falls from, let's say from a roof, for example, and the cat has jumped into a higher position. When a cat is jumping down, you would see it, how it becomes so flexible. It flips in a very flexible way and then lands on the floor without hurting itself. That's an agile way of doing things. You are able to become flexible, but as you are flexible, you don't hurt what is already there, but at the same time, you are able to land where you want to go with everybody that you want to go with. Let's take, for example, education. The way it is unfolding in the world, including South Africa, is adopting an agile way of learning, where we see now that when people are doing exams, for example, they are doing exams online. There is no necessarily an invigilator in front of those students that are writing the online education. However, there is security that has been built into that online assessment, such that people will not be able to cheat at the same time to promote authenticity of learning. And lastly, you know now the artificial intelligence is making people understand education even much more better than it would have been when everybody would be in a computer, or rather in a science lab, and trying to do the experiment. So artificial intelligence is making learning to be agile. That's why we are saying when we become adoptive of digital technologies, we are doing that in promoting agility. And also creativity, critical thinking, and problem solving. And I won't talk to these 3 blocks in the interest of time, because I would imagine that it's things that we are so much how do we call it, aware of. But when sometimes when we have got these workshops and you talk to people about agility, sometimes there isn't a full comprehension of. So when you are saying you are implementing a strategy in an agile manner, what does that mean? So that's why I took those few minutes to just explain the agility aspect of the strategy. And then here, before we even talk about the strategy itself, we just provide a context of where are we as South Africa in terms of the demand of the skills that people need for the future of work in South Africa. And this slide simply says the demand is focusing, and it's based on the Harambee Youth Employment Accelerator. And I think this year we are going to look at their updated or any other updated report. But here in 2020, it was saying we at a stage in South Africa where a big area of entry-level jobs are required. And in a country where there is a high level of unemployment, we must really look into these things and say, okay, so that I can get out of unemployment, what are the areas that are required or are in demand in South Africa? And according to this slide, it says the digital literacy as well as entry-level digital skills are in high demand in the country. And then you have got those ones that are intermediate job as well as advanced jobs. So in other words, South Africa is hiring people at an entry level more than they are hiring managers or executives in the country. So if you are in this workshop and you are saying, but I have been looking for employment, then it means you need then to look into focusing more of your building your capacity towards entry-level digital skills, so that you can be within the cohort of the people that are required. And if you were to ask yourself, which are those skills then that I need to look for? These are the skills that are in demand in South Africa, where we talk about software development, computer networking, ICT systems, cybersecurity, data scientists and analysts, Internet of Things, blockchain, and artificial intelligence. Now, where can you start as somebody who is out there and saying, I have not necessarily done CAT, not CAT, the other one at school. I have not necessarily been in IT at school, but now I see that there is a gap in terms of my skills. So where can I start? You can start by enrolling on the online entry-level courses, for example, on these areas, where you get to familiarize yourselves with what is data scientist and what is data analytics, because those are areas that are required mainly by the digital economy or by people that are employing. And then this slide is just taking you through the entire digital skills implementation program, where we are saying, and I'm going to talk to only the two blue bubble and the triangle. it's not a triangle, is it a diamond? That other one that is up there. And I'm not going to take you through this journey because it may not even be visible enough. But it simply says this journey. We would like to implement this program in order to get to a South Africa where economic and social innovation are the key elements for digital skills. Now, when we talk social innovation, what are we referring to? We're referring to people who are able to innovate using digital platforms and digital environments in order to thrive or to make it, in the digital economy. And I'm just going to refer to one of those social innovations. People are using, for example, social media to innovate and create solutions. So that's one area, and I'm not saying it's everything that we are talking about in this program, but it's just but one area which I'm sure all of us in this workshop we are familiar with. It's one area where people are using social media in an innovative way in order to make themselves or make their lives better. So that's also part of digital skilling. It doesn't have to always happen in a classroom. It doesn't have to always happen at a place where there is a teacher and a facilitator. But you can use your innovative or creative ability and use the digital technologies to innovate. That's also part of digital skilling. And Miss Linda, as I said, I was warned by Miss Mhlalose that I am presenting just before tea, so I will not necessarily be taking you through all the elements of this journey, but it's a journey that draws a journey from when the strategy was approved and the implementation program designed up to where we would like to see South Africa beyond 2025, as well as by the time we get to 2030. But key to this, everything that I'm talking about, the government of South Africa, including DCDT, would like to see more and more young people becoming digital literate and becoming digital citizens. That's what I can emphasize here, and a number of interventions that are being outlined in this journey, they are actually aiming at promoting a digitally enabled or digital literate society. And what then are the steps that we are taking or that needs to be followed in doing so? It is starting with the foundations. When we talk foundations, we're referring to those young people that are still at school, where they are still doing your grade 1s, they are doing your grade 3s, or grade 7, and so on. So all those that are within the fraternity of basic education, they are mainly belonging to the foundations. But it's not only those that are in school, I must emphasize, but everybody that needs a foundational levels of their literacy, they fall within this category of foundations. And we are saying we would like to see young people who have the skills to function effectively in any part of the 21st century and the digital economy. That's why I'm saying digital literacy. That's why you're having a workshop today. It says we want to build a certain foundation so that everybody in South Africa, especially our young people, are able to function effectively in this digital economy. And that is why you find that government is working on issues of curriculum, on issues of teachers, as well as issues of digital infrastructure as the building blocks towards a foundational or digital foundations for the future. And then the next area is when we're looking now at advanced digital skills, wherein we would like to see graduates with a specific focus on women and girls having digital skills-oriented qualifications. that will enable them to operate digital businesses and also make sure that we have got increased startups. So that's another area where we would like to focus on, and in here we would like to see more and more higher education institutions and skills development academies or institutes making sure that digital skills are built into the training and the skills development or education development within that level. And the next one then is looking at skills for the world of work. As I said in my earlier slides, the future of work now is requiring people who are digitally literate or have got some digital oriented skills. So that's why then the Digital and Future Skills Program is also talking to people that are already in the workplace, wherein digital industry as well as digital government are the key areas of focus. And what is it that we would like to see here? We would like to see transition from workplace 1.0 to a workplace 4.0. And what does that mean? In simple terms, it simply means that a workplace where I no longer go and queue to apply for a SASSA card, to a workplace where people are able to apply and access SASSA, for example, SASSA services through a technology-enabled environment. And government is doing so much to promote what we call digital services. We have got a platform in government which is called e-services, wherein we would like to see all the services of government integrated and being able to be accessed online. For example, you know now that when you want to apply to a university, you no longer go to do walk-ins. They always say there are no walk-ins that are required. That is because of the workplace 4.0. In the background, the digital industry, such as universities, they are building platforms to make it easier for people to apply online so that they can be able to access, for example, education in universities. And there are many more examples that we can talk about. In this case, in terms of digital government, I can talk about a digital digital services such as health services as well as social services that need to be available online. And then this other part is then saying we are working with various partners to promote that young people who are not in employment or education and training get access to digital skills development for purposes of labor market opportunities. So that's another area that government is working on. And again, I cannot always overemphasize the need for the awareness intervention that you are attending today. It's but one area of making sure that there is awareness around, the digital skills that we need so that we can unlock learning as well as build digital skills capabilities to address the societal challenges. And then the next slide will then be saying, when we have done all that, then it means we can be able then to talk to what we call a digital society. So when all these elements are in place, it means that South Africa can be in a position to say we now have a digital society where we have got digital literate citizens, where we can also be able to talk about digital citizenship as well as digital health literacy for citizens. In other words, we need to transition from a society 4.0 to a society that is able to function effectively as well as safely, within a cyberspace. Hence, the Department of Communications, working with NEMISA, have got projects and interventions that they are doing to promote safety around, a digital environment. And I think it's one of the programs that Miss Linda also leads as they do digital awareness programs. So those are the different areas and interventions that we are involved in, and the Digital and Future Skills program is promoting, and this is not done only by the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. It's actually implemented by the entire country. We are currently, having various projects that we are involved in. And one of them is to look at what we call a digital skills landscape. Where are we as South Africa? How many people are literate? How many people are still digitally illiterate? So we are working with various partners to be able to get that kind of information, which will assist government as well as citizens of South Africa to know what are the other interventions that are still required in order to build a digital society. So, Ms. Lindas, I'm going to stop here in the interest of time, and just take some time to maybe entertain some clarity questions or any other information that people would want to require insofar as the Digital and Future Skills program is concerned. The presentation is available. It can be shared with people. Zakele has got it, and it can be shared with all the participants of the workshop. I take a pause here, Ms. Lindas, and take guidance from your side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nosipo. There's still a big house, so it's very difficult to hear.
Zakele, I'm...
You may say something, Ms. Lindas.
Hi, Nosipo, can you hear me?
No, she can hear you. Give me the mic.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's the presentation. As I explained before she started, it's on the digital skills strategy and the digital skills program. It's the overarching program for the country on how we're going to be digitally skilling South Africa. And she explained all the pillars of the strategy, and she also spoke about some of the kind of skills that we need for us to be able to be a digitally skilled citizen. And she then also spoke about the various phases, foundation, and then also looking at advanced skills. And then she also spoke about some of the skills that is required currently in the country, and that we need to, and that the country is also looking at where we are at as far as having skilled people in the country is concerned, because the strategy has been in place for 4 years now. So it's open for you to ask any questions, anything that you didn't understand, clarity that you need, and then we will take it from there. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Do you have any questions, any comments, anything that was in the question that you want to clarify, anything that you want to ask?
That's smiling. Anyone with a question? Are you good? I'm just taking the question as a background. Okay, thank you. Otherwise, I will just point the smiles. Those people, it looks like they heard everything. Are you
Okay. Okay, thank you so much.
Can someone tell us then, what are the skills that you need to be in this environment, the skills that was referred to? Is there someone that can tell us what are some of the skills that she referred to?
Or you say, now actually, okay, I'm here.
Some of the skills that she mentioned was that you creativity, critical thinking, and problem solving when you're going into this type of digital area when you want to look into it.
Okay. Thank you. Then can somebody tell me what did she say about the various phases that the strategy is looking at? She mentioned 3 phases that the strategy is looking at and areas that they are focusing on.
Right here. And there's no hand on the side. Okay, there's a hand again, same hand.
Okay, so it's one person that was listening because I'm trying to check if you were listening because you said you had no questions. So I'm just checking if you were actually listening, and it seems like one person was listening to you as before thus far from the responses. Can you go ahead?
The three things that she mentioned was building advanced skills, skills for industry involved with work, and then unlocking and learning as well as digital skills. Digital literacy for citizens.
Okay, thank you. Can anyone tell us some of the skills that you say that the industry is looking for and that you should concentrate on if you want to be digitally skilled? She mentioned a few of the skills that you should have or that you should attain or get if you want to go into this area.
Remember the skill. Even yesterday, or was yesterday or Monday, Amos presented some of the skills. So you can't tell us that we are forgetting about it.
She said we must be creativity and we must know how to problem solving because they want to implement, to build everything for all the foundation. They want to make a foundation work for the whole world, and we must be creativity in everything that we do, and we must know how to solve the problems.
Okay, so that is what she said is the kind of skills that you should have, but she also mentioned what the industry is looking for, what is currently the skills that, thank you for the response, the skills that you must look for, that you must get yourself equipped in. So I'm looking for some of those that she mentioned. Because the one that you're referring to now is what she said you should have if you want to be in the digital environment.
There's a hand here.
Okay.
I think it's those with the whole cybersecurity, data scientists, virtual reality.
I don't know if she mentioned virtual reality. Those people who tell us to say anything about virtual reality, but cybersecurity, yes, data science, yes,
Artificial intelligence.
Okay, alright, thank you. Those people, there is no questions. I just tried to get to see if they were listening, and I asked them some key questions. I don't know if you have any questions or comments that you want to ask them and also make before we close the session. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Linders. And thanks to the people, unfortunately I can't even see who has been responding, but I understand there is one person who has been responding to some of the questions that you were asking. So thank you so much to that individual for paying attention and listening. You know, one of the things, Ms. Lindas, that I would just like to indicate is that sometimes, you know, when certain information is shared by government, there could be a tendency to take it light, you know, and just think that, you know, they are just talking to someone else, not me. And you know, the danger of doing that is that you will miss out on what is it that you need to focus on as you build yourself for the future of work. So I'm very encouraged by those that were able to really pick it up. Maybe I went through the presentation fast. It's also possible that, you know, people are still digesting the information that was shared with them. But I want to encourage you, and I encourage you that when the presentation is sent to you, just go through it again. Read it and reread it, and really familiarize yourselves with what is being said and written there, because you know you will be able to pick up one or two things that can, you know, be a light bulb. Say, you know, this I have seen, or this I would need to focus on as I develop myself even further. Over a week or the few days that you are in this workshop, it may not be possible to cover everything that you need to know or need that can take you to the next level of your life. But this workshop, use it as another stepping stone towards building, you know, a developmental journey for yourselves. So indeed, Ms. Lindas, they did mention the skills that are in demand, and somebody was reading them from the screen. I might not have mentioned all of them as I was making the presentation. So you'd find that somebody mentioned augmented reality. Yes, augmented reality is one of the skills, especially from an international perspective, that are in demand for the digital economy. But indeed, for South Africa, software developers are in demand. Data scientists and analysts are in demand. Cybersecurity specialists are in demand. People that understand artificial intelligence, AI, are also in demand, as well as cloud technologies. You know, those are the areas that are in high demand as of 2022 report, you know, that we have taken this slide from. Of course, the digital environment evolves very quick. You would find that now there is a high demand of other skills. And lastly, when you talk about the education that is becoming agile, you find now that virtual reality, usage of virtual reality glasses are becoming more and more prevalent in classrooms. I know of private institutions already who are using virtual reality as part of augmenting science. You know, because they might not have the science labs and all the equipment that is required in the science lab, then they use virtual reality and augmented reality to demonstrate to the students what it means when they are talking about certain scientific experiments and scientific processes that needs to be undertaken. So slowly but surely, VR is entering into the education space. And it would be interesting if you would then start to familiarize yourselves, you know, around those areas. Perhaps it's one area that in the long term, as you develop yourself, you could find that it could be of interest to you. So with those words, Ms. Lindas, I thank you so much for the opportunity to share with the people that have attended the workshop today, the Digital and Future Skills Strategy and its implementation program, and I hope that they will be able to receive the document after the workshop. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nozibo. Thank you for your input. It's much appreciated. And thank you for clarifying that virtual reality is also important, and that augmented reality is a skill that is sought after internationally, not so much in South Africa. So the person that responded, I'd like to apologize because I think you were correct in terms of the virtual reality and augmented reality. It's also one of the skills that is sought after and that you should look into. And then also thank you for reiterating the fact that this strategy is the strategy that basically governs, if I can call it like that, what we do in South Africa as far as digital skilling is concerned. And that's why we felt it's important that you get the strategy and then you hear what it's about and then you get the information from Nozibo, because she is the lead person in the department that is responsible for the strategy and implementing the program currently. And I'm glad that it sounded like there are people that actually did listen and that appreciated the information. And thank you, Nozibo, for your inputs. With that, I think we can close the session. Can you give Nozibo a hand, please?
And 3, 2, 1.
Nozibo, did you hear that? Is she still there?
Yes.
Still here.
And 3, 2, 1.
Thank you, thank you. I know we do digital claps, so yes, I heard that. Thank you so much, much appreciated.
Thank you, Nozibo. You must have a blessed day further and all the best for your meetings.
Thank you, and you too. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Okay, so we are going to break for tea now. We are a bit late in terms of tea, so it's 22:12 now, 22 minutes to 12 to be exact. If we can please be back at 12, so that we can just take the presentation of the NSP and then we will go back to the training. So if you can take tea now and come back at 12. Thank you.
Jeremiah. Ngekile mzubona. Ana uzubana uthi ngiyafuna ngapha le school. That's good. Unenzele kuphi? Emasport. Beyakhona nini? Njengoba lawunikele Grace Pilot ukubophelelwa futhi. Kanti uhlala
That's what I'm saying. Order it, I'll pay for it. No, we're not going to jail, man.
Cause what?
Yeah, man, I'm not the
The man.
They'll take advantage.
The man.
Oh, come on,
Oh, but no, Mshman.
Okay. No. Mashima nili kuntati. Akibansi.
Yeah, I
Mashima nili kuntati. Akibansi.
Now Carlos looking forward to this year.
We care.
Yeah.
We care.
Now I do this year. Grande.
65.
Yeah.
It's so fancy. Why did you break it and kiss a book and kiss cat some of off? Wi-Fi I don't know why do I this I connected if you want to must speak I don't go to fat. Hang this Wi-Fi somewhere or up, it will connect better. Yeah. Because care what if Kia bukai. Kia oh passion. Oh ya mana kia. Orang kia lu. Kia man. Kia man. Orang
kia bon.
Ya. Oh ASEAN. So luna le connect moyo nani.
Ba connect le baba.
Moyo then izameles wana bache emoli bache ngayona akili positive we be more deep then but to connect is that's one of the problem but I go class it over the problem ke meeting ke tla le bona ka moso how about out to toropo kana tali ziksi ke tla please
No problem.
Yeah, of course, I'm This is my baby.
No problem.
That's it. What? People do that, but I don't access a bit. Yeah. Let's sit here. I don't know. You can check it.
Yes, frustrated.
Whose Wi-Fi is
What
this?
you say there, you love me?
What is it, sister?
You wife. I sebenza imali yami siphelile i-Wi-Fi ngiconnecta.
Yala.
Yeah.
Connected.
Ayisebenzi.
Yeah.
Hawu.
Iyasebenza.
Babuze. Yabona nje le hobby yangibiza nje ungibona sendlela because ngiyamconnect.
Eating shellfish.
Sheka. It's because I said they are saying abandon my table. You stay somewhere. Because we have to do it. Hey, I can see the Sharon. I can see the Sharon. Hey, can do it now.
I'm crazy laughing.
Sharon, então não precisa mostrar o seguinte. Aku kemudian dulu jangan sadar.
No, I was leaving my feet. What you see? Trouble.
All the same. So I will keep it.
Lost not something. Oh, group trouble. Trouble.
Me not. I'm Bashayeli imizi abantu bashonelayo. Mabhekile. Yabona lo ongekho endlini awukwazi bajabula abantu labo. Mangiphuma ngizona ingane encane. Ubuya nyana. Jothani umlomo. Ubabone kahle. Athi lo ufuna isigaxa sika-Omlomo. Ngikuzela zofana. Ingena la. Mabuti ingena. Lodi. Na usile. Ana manano lapha. Athindana ngamazi.
Sakhuluma.
Oh, no, kuno la sisi. Usundalo kuna 2-3. Kwanza after 15 months. Kumela hasani. Kaphelisa 9 months kuseswing samama. Waphela 5 months kuseswing. Manje sekukhuluma.
Sorry, can I have your attention? Colleagues, those who are continuing, please, before you start helping others, finish your certificate. Please, finish your certificate first and have it, download it, save it on your email address or on your WhatsApp, then you can start helping others. Or what do you think, Carol? Because otherwise tomorrow we might end up having no certificates here. So if you know and you are moving, finish yours, and then by the time you start helping others, you must be done with yours. Please, is that clear? Don't help anybody if you are not done with yours. Don't say you answer question 1, then you want to help another person with question 1. No. Finish everything of your own before you get to the next. Thank you. other people.
Congratulations, friends. You have 1 million yen.
Wait. Let me see. You have your own certificate.
Okay, so those who
96%. Now, she can choose who she wants to have. She can choose. Yeah, but if I'm busy on what way, I'm sharp. To some to I need help all room was selected come has not class certificate, just like that. That's what we call collaboration. You help each other. The more you help other people, the more you get that knowledge of doing these courses. The better you are going to do other courses better. Yeah. Are you done? Oh. What is it? What's it?
There are a variety of accessibility features and tools that you can use with Windows 10 to make it easier to use your computer if you have certain disabilities or accessibility challenges. To use many of the accessibility features that come with your device, you often need to enable them first. You can access many of the Windows 10 accessibility features in the Settings app under Ease of Access. First, we will cover Vision Settings. For your display, you can change the size of the application and text you're viewing. To do so, click the drop-down menu here and select the percentage that suits you. You can also change the brightness of the display and make it brighter. Moving down to cursor and pointer size, Windows 10 gives you the ability to change the size and color of the cursor to make it easier to see and use. Here, you can also change the width of the cursor to make it easier to find while typing. Next is Magnifier. Enable the magnifier feature to zoom in on parts of your screen as you use your computer. There are also hearing settings. Under Audio, you can set alerts to where you're alerted visually. This prevents you from missing an audible alert. Under Interaction, there are several settings based on your input, including speech, keyboard, and mouse. In the keyboard settings, there is an option to use an on-screen keyboard, which is very useful for devices without a physical keyboard. These are just a selection of the many features of Windows and other operating systems that improve accessibility and allow you to use your computer more effectively.
Is it the right one?
Hello, 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 hello. Can I please have your attention? Can I please ask that we settle down and that we all find a space and that we please close whatever we're doing now in terms of the training, because I'm going to do the presentation on the gender-based violence strategy and the work that the department has done, and we're going to have the conversation now around how do we combat gender-based violence in terms of using technology, the part that I referred to on the first day. So I really appreciate it if we can settle down and if we can give attention. Because for me, it's going to be very difficult for me to speak if you are also speaking, because I didn't share anything about myself thus far. So I'm going to start by just telling you a little bit about myself so that you can understand why am I saying what I'm saying. So I am disabled. I have a disability since birth. I cannot see. I just basically use my right eye. My left eye, I can't see anything. So I'm very much dependent on audio.
like on voice and on sound. So if you are speaking, and then I'm going to think you are talking to me, and then I'm going to get distracted and I'm not going to be able to do what I'm doing. So I really would appreciate if we can settle down, and then I'll make it as interactive as possible so that we can all participate. I know I'm also standing between you and lunch, and I see they are struggling with setting up the presentation. Unfortunately, the other thing about myself that I want to share is that what got me through life in terms of having this disability is memory. I have a very good memory. I can remember things very well, very long. So I'm going to start with the presentation, even if they can't get it. You will get the presentation. The presentation is basically about the National Strategic Plan and the department's response to the NSP. So, you can go to the next slide. Sharon, if you don't mind, I'm going to the slide. So, in terms of the slide that's on now, the first slide is basically just talking to the background to the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. So, on the first day, I gave you a little bit of information about DCTT. DCTT stands for Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. Now, in 2019, the department became DCTT. Before that, we were the Department of Telecommunications and Postal Services, and there was another department that was called the Department of Communications. So those two departments became one, it merged, and it became the Department of Communications and Digital Technology, DCTT. So in terms of the background, DCTT, our mandate and our vision and the reason why we exist is to develop policies and laws and legislation that deals with the area of ICTs. So our role is to make sure that we have policies and laws in the country that assist the broadcasting sector, the technology sector, the mobile sector, the postal services sector, and the electronic communication sector. So anything that has anything to do with TV and radio, anything that has anything to do with mobile phones, anything that has anything to do with computers and technology, and then postal services like the South African Post Office and the Post Bank, as you heard, is under the department. Now you can ask yourself, so where do we fit in when it comes to issues relating to GBV? So in terms of this slide, there are three things that the slide talks to. The first one talks about the fact that we did a review of all those policies and all those laws in 2017, and we came up with what is called the Integrated Information Technology Policy, where we looked at how do we, because remember, now you can watch TV on your phone, you can listen to radio, you can do almost everything with a mobile phone. And then we also have a situation in the country where we're not going to have analog TV anymore. Remember, we had those big box TVs. We don't have those anymore. We have smart TVs. We even have TV on demand. So there was a lot of changes that was happening in the sector. And that's why we had to look at how do we integrate and look at merging those things. And we developed what is called the ICT policy, the integrated policy. And in that policy, there's a chapter that deals with inclusion and diversity, and how do we deal with people like women, youth, and persons with disabilities. And part of that chapter also talks to the issues relating to the challenges that we have as far as gender-based violence is concerned. The second thing that happened that is important in terms of the department is that in 2020, and I think someone did mention it yesterday,
the presentation on blockchain, she spoke about it. We had what was called the Fourth Industrial Revolution report that was developed by the Commission on 4IR, and that report has 7 pillars. And even in that report again, there is a pillar that talks to how do we ensure digital society and ensure that the society is digitally ready for by 2030, that we are all able to be digital. So in that report again, we have to look at how we ensure that women and persons with disabilities and young people and children are protected in all of this that we are doing. And how do we deal with the issues of gender-based violence? So that's a report that you need to go and look at and familiarize yourself with, because that is one of the things that helps you to understand where we're going as a country. Then the last one, which is not necessarily CCT's report, but it's the National Development Plan for the country. By 2030, there's certain things that has to happen in terms of technology. In the plan, it talks to many other things, it talks to water and electricity and everything. But as far as ICT is concerned, it says that by 2030, ICT will be an integral part, it will be part of everything that we do, and we need to be ready as the country. But in that same report, it also talks about the fact that we have a big problem in the country, which is gender-based violence, and how is technology going to assist us to overcome that problem. So that's in terms of the first slide. It's just to give you a context as to where we as DCDT fit into this whole picture. So now the second slide then talks to the department's response to the gender-based violence issue. So remember I told you on the first day that the NSP, which is the National Strategic Plan on GBV, has 6 pillars, and that it deals with various areas. And in those 6 pillars, we as DCDT have to say, where are we going to focus on? Because everybody is doing something about GBV. Not just government, even you need to think about what is it that I'm doing to either promote GBV or what is it that I'm doing to prevent GBV. And that is what the NSP is asking us. So we have to then say as DCDT, what is the areas where we're going to focus on? So there are 3 pillars that we work in very actively, where we do a lot of work and where we are very active because it aligns with the things that I just said now in terms of technology. The first one is, the first pillar is pillar 2, which deals with prevention. It's the pillar that talks about how do we prevent GBV. The second pillar that we work a lot in, and I'm going to go into detail in all of them, the second one is the third pillar, which deals with justice and safety and security. It's the issues relating to how the justice system is going to be reviewed, how we are making sure that people are safe and secure in terms of the criminal system, the policing, and so on. And then the third one is economic power, which is pillar 5. So those are the ones where we are very actively. But obviously, as a government department, we can't say we're going to do nothing about the other pillars and it must see how it gets on. We have to obviously be involved in the other pillars as well. But I just wanted to highlight the ones where we are mostly working in. We can go to the next slide. So now, what I'm going to talk to now is the actual pillars now, the 6 pillars, and I'm going to explain to you what they are and what is expected from government and what have we done as DCDT and also what has some other departments done. So the first one is the pillar 1, which is on accountability. We all know what accountability is. Do we know what's accountability? What is it? What does it mean when someone says you have to be accountable? Anyone that wants to answer?
It means you must take responsibility.
Thank you. And then leadership, because this pillar talks about accountability, leadership, and what's the third one? And coordination. So this is the pillar talks to accountability. So we all have to take responsibility. Leadership is where there has to be some political will. Somebody must show that they are going to take the lead in the process. And then the third area is coordination. You have to have, so what the pillar expects from everyone, not just government, but everyone, any institution in South Africa. You must look at what is going to be your responsibility towards the NSP, who is going to lead that in your institution, and how are you going to coordinate that? Now for government, we have what is called annual plans. We have a strategic plan, which is for 5 years, and then we have an annual plan that we have to implement every year. So for government, they say every government department must first have a strategy, must first have a plan on how you're going to combat GBV. Then you must have a target that is in your annual plan, and then you must have a structure that manages that coordinates that. So for DCDT, we have an action plan, we develop a plan, we have a target in our APP. That's why we are implementing these programs, because in government, if it's not in your APP, you don't get money, you can't do anything. And then we also have a group of people, which is in this case our chief directorate, that has to coordinate all the work that the department and our state-owned entities does around GBV. So that is in terms of the first pillar. But all departments is expected to do that, not just DCDT, but we have done that. We have put in place all the things that's needed. And then the other thing that they say in that pillar is that we need to look at how do we report, how do we tell people about what we are doing as the entities, as government, and so on. And the president is very serious about this, because we have to report every month. Every month we have to write a report to the presidency to tell him what we have done in that month in terms of GBV. That's part of pillar 1. And we as DCDT, we report, and this work that we do here will be part of our February report, because that's how it is. So that's pillar 1. We can move to the next one. So pillar 2 is the one that I said is prevention, remember? And I said this is the one where we are asked to look at how do we prevent GBV in the country. And in terms of DCDT, we work a lot in this pillar. So the first thing that we have to do as the country is we have to develop a prevention strategy, a national strategy to prevent this GBV. And DCDT participated in that strategy. And what we focus on mostly is to say, how can we use communication platforms, social media, and SABC, our broadcaster, and so on, to assist with having messages around prevention of GBV. And that's why you will see on SABC, you will see that there's a lot of, on the SABC radio, on SABC TV, there's always messaging around GBV. It tells you the types of GBV, it tells you what to do if you are in a situation of gender-based violence. The other thing that we did here in terms of prevention is what we are asked to do is we have to have programs, like we have to have prevention programs as the entity. So part of our programs is we have a program on child online protection, where we look at protecting children online and explaining to them how to be safe online, and then we add in the information about GBV. We also have a program where we speak to women in general now, not GBV survivors, but any females. We talk to them about online safety and cybersecurity, and in that program we also include information about GBV. And then we have also in terms of this prevention strategy, they also expect us to look at our current like laws or policies or programs that we have, and we have to look at how are those things either promoting or preventing GBV. And one of the things that we have is the Film and Publications Act, which is the FPB Act that was amended in 2021. At the end of 2021, it was amended to include issues like revenge porn, as it's now an outlaw, it's now a crime if you are doing revenge porn. If you know what revenge porn is, eh? You do know. Someone says no. So who says yes? If someone knows, can they share what they know about what revenge porn is? I'm asking, what do you know what is revenge porn? Revenge pornography. Okay.
I think the revenge porn is like maybe when you say moves to your partner, or maybe you guys are having a video sex and then they use it like in the internet, in social media. You post the videos or the pictures without the consent.
Yes, it's exactly that. It's exactly that. It's when you have shared your intimate pictures and videos. You know, when you are in love and things are going wicked and you do all sorts of things, because you make videos and you take pictures and you're just happy because we love each other, and then things go sour. And then one of you, not only the guy, sometimes the girl also, decides to say, oh, okay, I'm going to get you back. And that person starts sending those pictures, those videos, put it on the internet without your permission. You see? And what they also do is they threaten you. They basically tell you, if you don't want me to send this, then you must give me money. And that is now a crime. It's always been a crime, but the FPB Act has now been amended so that it definitely you can go to jail if you do that, and if it gets reported. So those are some of the things that we've done as DCDT in terms of the prevention strategy. You can go to the next slide. You can, okay, I will make sure that you get the presentation and then you can So the third one is justice and safety. Here we did a lot of work in the third pillar, because remember when the president made the announcement, he said that everybody must look at how they are looking at GBV, but we also had a lot of laws in the country that in some way or shape promoted GBV, it assisted, it wasn't really helping victims, it wasn't really helping survivors. And some of those laws include the Domestic Violence Act. So the Domestic Violence Act was amended, and DCDT participated in that process. And we made sure that issues like electronic platforms, because remember, GBV can, what do you call this, websites, cell phones and so on, is also used when it's domestic violence, or and when people are posting pictures, when they are putting things online. And we had to say, how are we going to amend the act so that even those things need to be removed should there be things that's online. Secondly, the act was amended to say that people can now report GBV online. They can report it through an online system. They can get a protection order through an online system. Those are some of the amendments to the Domestic Violence Act. The other act that was amended is the Criminal Offences Act. And in that act, there was amendments made around the sexual offenders register. We have a register in South Africa where sexual offenders are registered. You know that. That if you are a sexual offender where you have committed a sexual offense, especially when it's against children, but even generally we go on to the sexual offenders register. And what the Act has amended that to say that we need to make sure that everybody that will work with children, that will work with older persons, that will work with persons with disabilities must be security vetted. And it must be checked whether they are on the sexual offenders register. So it's a must now before they can work with any of those groups. That's just one of the amendments. There's many other. So we work in all of those laws. We participated in our role was to make sure that they understand how technology can assist in some of these things. Like for example, you can now there's courts that's now accessible where you can give your evidence through video. You don't have to be physically in the court, because it was also found that some people feel intimidated, they feel uncomfortable when they are in court, and the person that has violated them is also there. There's also an amendment where you can take somebody with you, two people actually, to the police station, for example, to go and report a case. Because before it was said it must be you, it can only be you, and you must be the one, but you can actually now take two people with you that helps you to report the situation. Because in some cases you might be so emotional or so hurt or whatever the case might be that you are not coherent, you're not able to give the information. So those are just some of the amendments. And then the other act here that was amended is the FPP Act now. That's our act itself that was also amended as part of the work that's done in terms of Pillar 3. And then the other thing with Pillar 3 is that all government departments, that's like basic education, social development, health, and our department that has that seems to work with people, they have to have all the people. They have to make sure that the people that works with the people are also security vetted when it comes to GBV matters, so that they don't have a situation where other people are further victimized or hurt or whatever the case might be. And then what this pillar also deals with is with the training material. Needs to be reviewed so that it can include information around gender-based violence, like the police training material, the social development, education, or anybody that gives training to people to understand issues related to GBV. They have to go and look at their materials and they have to review it so that it's more sensitive to the survivors. You can move to the next one.
I've moved.
Okay. So Pillar 4. Is Pillar 4 now? Pillar 4 is response, care, and healing. I want to stand still here for a minute, but I want to also explain. Remember, I said we are not working in this pillar directly, but we work with the Department of Social Development because they are the key custodian of this pillar. Care, response, and healing. Because they work with the Victim Empowerment Program, they have the Victim Empowerment Program, they have also the traffic, the program to combat trafficking of persons. They also have the counseling, where they provide healing and counseling to survivors and victims. So what we do is we work with them in terms of the shelters and the places of safety. We also try to help them to understand how they can use technology more effectively in their processes. But we don't have programs directly in this pillar because we don't do face-to-face interventions. Our interventions must have something that relates to technology. But what we have done, and Nozipo spoke to it when she was presenting, is we have influence what other departments are doing in terms of their skilling programs to make sure that they digitally skill people so that people are able to utilize technology more effectively when they are seeking counseling, when they have to report, when they have to, and we also work with Childline SA, where we have given them, we have assigned the 116 number, because before it was the 0800 number, and when children wanted to call, they struggled because the number was too long, so we gave them the ICASA, the regulator, assigned 116. So now that's the number that they can call if children are they need help, or even parents that know of children that's being cyberbullied or being hurt, sexually abused, or stuff like that, then you can dial 116. We've also, in this instance, influenced or gave input to the victim empowerment strategy to say how can we utilize technology more effectively. So here we are not doing direct programs, but we participate and influence what social development and other departments do in this area. But this is a really important pillar. And I think you need to go and read the NSP and look at what programs are available. Because if you don't heal from the GBV impact, then you will not be able to move on and even participate in programs or do anything if there hasn't been healing. The next one. So this is pillar 5, which is economic power. And as you can see, there's a lot of programs there, because what we are asked as government, all government departments, firstly, we must have a sexual harassment policy. In every institution, you must be able to show that you have a policy that deals with sexual harassment in your workplace. You must have a policy that talks to employment equity, that promotes women empowerment in terms of employment equity. You must have SMME programs that supports survivors of GBV. You must have economic empowerment programs that enables women to get out of economic abuse. So DSPDT has implemented a number of programs. I spoke to some of them even in the morning. When I said we support ICT SMMEs, we do dialogues with women in terms of when they want to start businesses. We work with other government departments in terms of looking at promoting new technologies. We also have interactions and sessions with women. And what we have decided now is to make sure that we include survivors of GBV, or we include information around the impact of GBV in all these economic empowerment processes. We also have the sexual harassment policy. We have an employment equity forum. We have implemented various SMME programs in terms of, and we do training. This digital training that we're doing here is part of economic power, the pillar 5, where we do, and we also do, the department also does other training like cloud computing, and we also make sure that we inform them that they need to include survivors or victims of gender-based violence as participants in some of those programs. You can move. So that is just still pillar 5. I think that's continuing because we've done a lot of work in terms of pillar 5. You can look at that. You can see what we've done, and when you look at the presentation, and you can also give us ideas in terms of saying what else should we do in terms of economic empowerment and economic power for women that has been abused or that are in abusive situations. And then pillar 6 is research and management. Here we, again, like I said to you, we don't work directly in this pillar yet, because this is more done by the HSRC and by the CSIR, all the research bodies, and then also the Department of Innovation and Higher Education. They are the lead departments when it comes to the research. But what we have been asked as government departments is to look into researching and looking into what are new things that we can do, because remember the NSP is up until 2030, and by 2030 we have to review it and we have to look at has the interventions that we've been putting in place, has it worked, has it not worked. So this is a very important pillar, and there's a lot of work that's been done around us in terms of looking at the impact even of COVID, what impact did COVID have on the scourge of GBV. Then also looking into GBV being declared a pandemic, because we talk about it, but we haven't really, it's not being declared a pandemic in the country. So there's also people that's doing research in that to see what can we use as evidence to say that it is really a pandemic and it needs to be treated the same way that we treated COVID. And then as DCDT, what we have is a portal. I think Zipo mentioned it in the morning. We have a digital e-services portal where you can access e-services, electronic services. And why we mention that here is because it's part of our contribution, so that women that are in abusive situation don't still have to struggle to go out and go and get transport, if they need to get apply for an ID, or if they have to apply for a driver's license, because those are some of the services that's on that portal, that's electronic now, that's online. So those are the pillars, and that is what we have done thus far, and what we plan to do in the new financial year is obviously to focus a bit more around the empowerment of women or men that has been abused, and we're also going to look a lot on the empowerment of boys and men as well, because we haven't done that in this two and a half years that we've implemented the action plan. And we also would like your inputs in terms of reviewing some of the things that we've done. But that's the end of the presentation, and I hope that you have now a better understanding of the NSP, the pillars, and what the DCT has done, and what other government departments has done. Thank you.
In 3, 2, 1.
Be the champion. Okay, I'm not sure if there's any questions, any comments, anything that you want to share. This is also the opportunity for you to share your story if you are comfortable, and maybe related to these policies and programs that we've, and is the NSP even working for you? Is it not working? Any ideas that you have that we can incorporate in the action plan going forward? There's one hand. Can I check, is there anyone else that wants to ask or say anything, so if we just take all of them at once? Okay, you can go ahead. I'm just going to try.
Please don't come for me. Regarding the GBVs, I think if we as women, because we have this tendency, I'm going to say because I'm generalizing everything today, if we as women can speak to the pathways when we open the case against our partners, if we can speak to that, because of the reluctancy that the police have right now, that we open cases, and then when our partners come back and then they shower us with money, they shower us with presents, and then we go drop the charges. So that becomes, the police become a bit reluctant when it comes to GBV and not take it as seriously, which is not wrong with them, because the problem is us women. we open a case, and then the next thing we withhold the charges, and then we go back to the relationship, and the same thing happens over and over. So GBV will not take it as seriously and it should be taken if we women who are facing GBV continue that strategy.
Okay, thank you. I think it's a comment and a question in the sense of trying to respond. I just want to check if there's anyone in the room that has any other comments or even a comment about what has been said, but not attacking each other, just in terms of responding. Because this is a conversation, ladies and gentlemen. It's not an question and answer session. We presented what is happening, what we've done, and now it's your opportunity. So there's no right or wrong here. We will just have a conversation.
I would like to make a particular tune on prevention. I think many women are scared to open the case and go and make it because after that there is no prevention. Because the perpetrator is out there. They are not afraid of the police. You go today and open the case, the person got arrested, but the next day he's out. So I think in GBV, we are not safe as a woman, because you can see many cases, many women are killed. When you check the background, you open the case, but the case does not follow. The perpetrator is still out there and people do the same thing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't know if it's a question or comment, but it's in regards with the online reporting of evictions. I mean, I feel like for many victims, almost, are they aware? As the department making sure that they become aware of the victim? Yes, with regard to the online reporting. What is the department doing to ensure that people are aware of that they can actually report online without having to physically go to the police station, or that they can get a protection for the online?
Okay.
So are there any awareness campaigns around that, or that's just something that only people who have access to smartphones and whatever are aware of?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
GBV has become an everyday song. So I believe we are very much aware of what's going on, and I believe we are very much aware of where to run to, what to do and stuff. I believe we're just being ignorant, and we are scared.
Okay, take your time. Just take a deep breath and then start again.
I believe we just scared of the society, especially we come from poor backgrounds and stuff. We come from, some of us were, I've been staying with my grandparents since my parents died, and they believe that marriage is very important for them. They believe it's the biggest achievement ever. So when you get married and then you face such things, it's very difficult for you to put a stop to it because you're scared of the society. And like, you're scared to go home because people are going to be judgmental on you. And then it's very difficult for you to start over, especially when you are not working. And worse, when you are not educated. So it is not that the police are not doing enough, they are doing their work. The problem may be the justice system. And it is not that nothing is being done. We are very much aware, but it's just that we are there at the corner, just waiting for a push. And then we are just waiting for the society to be more supportive than being judgmental. Yeah, I think that's what's happening. Okay, thank you for sharing and thank you for being brave enough to continue to speak because I can hear you very emotional. So thank you.
I wanted to respond on the pillars. They are really working so smart for us because we are working with different stakeholders. Whenever we have a case, we refer among those stakeholders. So we know people that we are referring to. We even do the pillar 2 and pillar 4. We support the victims that is referred to the different stakeholders that we're working with. So the pillars are working very smart for us.
Thank you, and you are from, when you say us, who is us?
From Africa Substance Use as well as the PGO. Yes.
So you're saying that you are aware of the structures that's in place and that you are working with those structures in pillar 2 and pillar 4?
Yes, most definitely.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
She was actually saying that they have the problem with the community. They are here, and they are here to get the awareness and the information. But when they go back to the community, you ask them to come and gather so that they can give them feedback of the awareness of what is happening. The community doesn't have. Actually, especially because of there's no food when they just information, they don't have. They come only when they something to get.
Okay. Was that the comment and question?
It was the comment, and the last one is that what can they do so that they can be able to act, to encourage those communities to come and get this information that they are getting here.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for everyone that commented and asked questions. I'm not sure if there are other colleagues are still here in the room, but I just want to say that the first two comments around, the first one around the reporting and then pulling back going the cases. So now, in terms of pillar 3, that's where that is being dealt with. There is also amendments that has been made
in terms of the Domestic Violence Act, as well as the Sexual Offences Act around those issues. So, like for example, now, if a case is being reported and it's already in the system, it's already going, it's already at the point where there's a case number and it's going to be seen in court or something like that, then it's not allowed in inverted commas anymore for someone to come and just withdraw that case. So that's one of the things that they try to do to prevent that situation from happening. But it also is still a reflection of what is happening as far as GBV is concerned. Because in terms of GBV, research has shown that women go back to the perpetrator at least 7 times before they actually either get out or they die. That's what is the reality. So that situation of withdrawing the cases, it's relevant, it's still happening, but as part of the work done in Pillar 3, they have recognized that and they started to look at the system getting involved now. You understand, where they basically they go back to the victim and they engage the victim, they make sure that she's not being coerced into withdrawing the case, and in some cases they continue with the case because it's already in the process of being processed. So that's just the response to that one. But what I can say to you, if that is something that you have noticed, I would say one of the things that you can do is start to support women that has submitted cases, you know, and if they start talking about withdrawing, try to understand why are they wanting to withdraw the case, and try to see how you can support them to not do that, so that they can get the support that they need from the system. And then with regards to the second comment that was made about the police and that the victim gets off and then they made a case, even that I must say that there's been a lot of improvement around that as well, where it's not a situation where, unless obviously there are situations where the perpetrator is known to the community, he or she is known to the police, you know, where it's a high profile perpetrator, like high profile in the sense that they are known like a gangster or somebody that is in the community that is doing more than just abusing his or her partner. Then there might be situations where there is corruption, if I can put it like that, in terms of the police station and so on. But even that, the police has been, like that's why I was explaining the training. The training has been given to most of the police now, and policemen can, the protocols has been updated and changed as well. So if those kind of things happen, then there is also responses that's implemented immediately in relation to those policemen. But again, my plea would be that if you are aware of situations like that, it would be your responsibility, because the law has also been changed now, that if you are aware of cases and you are not reporting it, you can also be seen to be supporting and accomplish in terms of helping the situation. If you are aware and you are not reporting it, that's also one of the things that has been changed in the law. So I would really say that you need to go back to that police station, you need to go and find out what happened, why is the person out, you need to look at, is it a situation where the victim has withdrawn the case, or is it a situation where there's been bribery or whatever, and then you need to go the steps that Raymond explained I think in the morning, you go from, if you spoke to this policeman, you ask for the person that he or she reports to. If that person does tell you, you ask for who that person reports to until you get to a point where you get assisted, because if there is a situation where you can prove that this person was released whilst there was a case, then the police commander or the station commander has to deal with that. So that would be my response to the second one, as opposed to just accepting it and saying that's how it is and there's nothing that you can do, because there isn't nothing that you can do. There is systems in place now and there is processes in place. It just means you have to have the courage to be able to stick with it and to go back and speak to people over and over again. I don't know if any of my colleagues wants to add anything before I respond to the third comment that was made. Anyone listening, or can I continue? Okay, just ma'am, I just wanted to conclude. So the person that spoke about societal norms and values and how we are perceived and how marriage is perceived as the be-all and end-all, and that we should just accept whatever happens to us within marriage. I think that is one of the things that the Department of Social Development and the Department of Home Affairs is looking into. That's why there's also been amendments to the Marriage Act as well, in terms of taking some of those things into consideration. And what I can say is that I know that it's not easy, that if you are speaking about yourself now or someone that you know, I would really say that that's why there are places of safety, there are shelters, there are social workers. If you are really wanting to get out and you are in an abusive marriage where you are being abused by your husband or your wife, you don't have to stay in that situation. You don't have to continue to accept it because you feel you have nowhere to go. There are like social development, there's a lot of services in terms of supporting victims if you are wanting to get out. And it's not easy. I know it's not easy, but I want to say that we cannot get to a point where we say we just have to accept it, and that's what the society does. And so therefore, because otherwise you're going to it's going to continue in terms of your kids, because they will be seeing that that's what's happening. They will be believing, because there's research that has been released just now, I think 2 weeks ago, that says that if a girl has seen her mom being abused in front of her now, the child has seen how the mom has been abused, the possibility of that child, that girl, marrying an abuser is 89.8%. That child will marry an abuser. She will believe that that's the kind of husband that she needs to take as well. So if we don't do something, we will just enable it to continue and to continue and to continue. And I want to say that's why we bring in the discussions around starting your own business, doing something so that you can get out and start over again. And I know it's not easy, but there are places of safety, there are systems in place that can help you. So please do not stay in an abusive marriage if that is the situation. And then the last person, I think that is a challenge that we have in the country, because we are having an economic crisis in the country. So people are hungry. Our country has a situation where a lot of people go sleep at night without food. It's a reality. So obviously, if we're having community engagement, we must try and do that, having something there, because that is unfortunately the reality. I know it maybe for some NGOs it might not be possible, but even in government, that's why I told you yesterday, I want you to say that the food was nice, because it was a struggle for us to even get the food. So I do understand, but I would say look at sponsorship in terms of your community. Speak to people that like businesses in the community to sponsor maybe the refreshments for the community engagement. If you have observed that people don't come because there is nothing in terms of refreshments given. Yeah, I think that was the question. So we'll take these last two and then we will continue with this discussion.
And this is a comment and just give advice for the guys. If there is any man in the room, can you all be on our feet, please? All of them try to go and come on, please. If you are a man, could you be on your feet, please?
You identify yourself as a man. Can you stand up, please?
As a man, you're a boy.
Thank you, you really said. What I'm saying is that for you to lay a hand on a lady doesn't define you that as a man. We know, by standing up, you know I'm a man. So I would say, again, guys, black life matters. And I'm saying to the ladies, just know there's a law that has been implemented. Once you drop the charges against your boyfriend, the case will be opened against you for wasting the time of the government, the state, and the papers and everything. So what I'm trying to say is that let us take care of the ladies, because it's very touching when a lady is crying and then I would say it's not me, it's another man. It's me, I'm a man also. So let us protect the image of Banana, please.
Thank you. Thank you for that comment. I think it's a very important comment. It's important in the sense that we have males in the room and that we, as the men, we are saying that we want men to be part of this conversation and to be able to stand up and if you are friends with abusers and you are a male and you know that your friends are abusing their wives or their girlfriends, then I would say stop that friendship, because that means that that person is not a good person in terms of. So let's try to be examples, but also let's try to look at who are our friends, because what happens is, if we engage conversations that ridicules women, that makes women less than, then we are also abusing, because women, GBV is not just physical, it's also when we are emotionally abusing women or when we are degrading women in any form of shape. So thank you for that. I really think that was an important comment. I think that was it.
I just wanted to add on what the lady said today. It also goes back to having a strong family structure. It begins there, because I want to believe that if not 100% of women, then 85% of women have been abused interfacing. It could be psychologically, it could be mentally, it could be physically, but we have experienced abuse in some sort of way, as you have mentioned just now. So it goes back to family, having a strong family structure. We go to them. Is it a family that can support you, or is it a family that's going to remind you that so forth and so forth has happened to you, or when you are divorced and you left a man who has abused you, and you're going to be reminded that that man left you because of this and this and this and that. So we fear to speak, not only because of society, also because of family. Yeah. So silence is there because of such instances. That family, background, and the society combined all together. So we are silent because of all those things. So I think it has to be addressed to families as well, especially black families. especially black families, that even when we go through therapy, when you decide maybe you have been violated or whatever the case might be of GBV, let our family also attend the therapy or the counseling so that they can understand and support you in a better way.
Thank you very much. I think I just want to say in terms of social development, they have what they call family counseling. They do family counseling. So if you are in a situation where you are not supported by your family, you can also request, but it's always dependent on whether the family wants to go for counseling or not. You understand? Because sometimes they just refuse to go. But what I can say is that if you've been a victim of abuse and your family is not supporting you, then rather get out of that situation and go into a place of safety until you are healed and you are able to go back to your family and forgive them. And it doesn't mean that you have to be part of that family again. And sometimes it means you have to break away and you have to do your own thing. It's unfortunately, but that's sometimes how it is. Because if you don't have, and I don't think in families, the entire family would be against you. I know there are cases like that, but they are not the majority. There are situations where there are people in the family that support you. So rather concentrate on that and work with those people that are supporting you as opposed to focusing on the ones that's not supporting you. Because I will give you my personal story. I was emotionally abused, I would say, by my grandfather. Since I was very small, I was like from about 2 years old, I think, until about 14. Emotionally abused me, not physically, not sexually, but emotionally. He would basically say things about me. He would insult me. He would make me feel like I'm nothing, like I'm worthless. But what happened in that situation is my mom and my grandmother, they would always, after an incident, they would take me aside and they would remind me of who I actually am. They would tell me that I'm not that, I'm this. I'm not that, I'm that. Whatever he said, they would put the positive. So what they did is they basically shielded me. And so that's why I'm saying to you, there are people in your family that will support you. And I just want to say that I managed to forgive my grandfather. He's passed on now. I forgave him when I was 16. He died when I was 17. I was responsible for his funeral. I basically organized his funeral because I'm the oldest grandchild. So there was a conclusion for me, and I'm healed. I'm just sharing the story in the context of family, that you can even be abused by your own family, but that doesn't mean that everybody is doing that. There are people in your family that will support you. So I really want you to just look at what you have. My final words will be, look at what you have, and then if you have technology, if you have a mobile phone, please use your phone to write your story, to read. If you are still in an abusive situation, write what is happening to you. Type it up, send messages to yourself when things are happening, because that will be part of your evidence if you eventually decide to go and lay a case. But on the other hand, if you have already gotten out of the situation, write your story, share your story with other people, do a blog or do a Facebook page or on your story if you are comfortable, obviously, in terms of, so that you can encourage other people to say it is possible to get out of this situation. look where I am now, look what I'm doing now, and so on. So that will be the end for me of this session. And thank you for those that participated. Thank you for your comments and the questions. And we will take into account some of the things that you said in terms of reviewing our action plan for the new financial year. And this is also the last workshop for us in terms of the GBV. We've done this in all 7 provinces. Due to the financial constraints, we couldn't go to the Western Cape, and we couldn't go to Western Cape and Vietnam. There's 2 provinces that we couldn't do because of financial constraints. But we have done 7 provinces, and yours is the last one for this financial year. So all the best, and I hope that you guys have learned something out of this, and that you will go out there and be ambassadors and basically not promote GBV, but that you will continue to be fighters against GBV. Thank you.
Put it up. In 3, 2, 1. She's the champion.
Okay, I think we can break for lunch now. Because I think it's lunchtime now. I'm not sure until what time. And then after the lunch, you will continue with the training.
We're still discussing whether
Justin, can you hear me? Attention. Guys, attention. There's a missing phone. Who saw the missing phone? Can you blue movie sound? Attention. Who saw it? Please, if you saw a blue movie sound, please tell us. We really need that phone. Please, it's a blue movie sound. If by any chance you saw it. We really need that phone. If it's a blue movie sound. If by any chance you saw It's already off. Who saw the phone? Blue movie cell. If you took it by mistake, okay. If you took it by mistake, you can just come to me, okay? And give me, please, guys. If you saw it by mistake or took it by any chance by mistake, please. Okay, so no one is going out of this room. No one is going out of this room until you find the phone. Who are we going to be the security guard?
Maybe you guys should check outside. Why we stay inside?
Yeah. Take it outside.
Hi ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? Please, can I have your attention, please? Sharon has just made an announcement now and nobody has responded, nobody has said anything. We have been informed by the venue that one of the staff members' phones are missing or misplaced, let me put it like that. So I need to ask if any of you maybe have accidentally taken the phone. If so, if you can please return it, because they're saying the person was dishing up food and she left her phone on the table where she was dishing food. And the phone is gone now. She can't find the phone anywhere. So I would like to know if any of you have seen the phone or has maybe accidentally taken it thinking it's your phone. If you can please communicate with us, because this is quite disturbing, because they've just informed us now that the phone is still missing. And the phone is off. When they call the phone is off. So I really want to appeal to anyone that's in this room that may have taken the phone, if you can please return the phone, because this will definitely not be a nice ending to this process.
Okay guys, we don't want to embarrass anyone. Maybe you have taken the phone. I'm going to be outside, I'm going out. If you've taken the phone, bring it to me. Otherwise, in cases like this, I call the police. You'll be strip searched before you go to the transport.
communicate with us, because this is quite disturbing, because they've just informed us now that the phone is still missing. And the phone is off. When they call the phone is off. So I really want to appeal to anyone that's in this room that may have taken the phone, if you can please return the phone, because this will definitely not be a nice ending to this process.
Okay guys, we don't want to embarrass anyone next. Maybe you have taken the phone outside, I'm going out. If you've taken the phone, bring it to me. Otherwise, in cases like this, I call the police. You'll be strip searched before you go to the transport.
computers to